everyone. Welcome back to another episode or spine number of Chasing Labels. Today we are at spine number 163. So thank you all for joining me here once again for a new and fun-filled episode of Chasing Labels. Today, of course, we'll be diving into all of the things that we usually dive into on here. If you are joining me here for the first time, I am your host, Andrew, and we will be getting into things like we will be getting into the world of boutique labels home video releases that have been announced over the last 2 weeks or so. Literally up until today, there was a new announcement. So these are happening quite often now. We will be concentrating on not everything that's been announced, but most of the things that have been announced, and typically and more specifically, things that I want to add to my collection at some point, things you may want to add to your collection, or things that I just find interesting in general. Of course, all revolving in the world of movies. That is the name of the game here. It's all movies all the time. At least that's the way things go in my head. I don't know about you. From the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep, it's all movies. It's all movies. Watching, talking about, thinking about, looking up, researching, everything is all movies here at Chasing Labels and in my head. So, before we get into all of those announcements and all of those things, we have a couple of comments here. First up here is our friend Acres of Movies. Wow, excellent list of movies. Well, yeah, definitely was a good list this week. In the last 2 weeks, some good films were announced. A lot of stuff that had already been released before are now getting um, different editions from different companies, but we'll go through all of that. And then we got another comment here from our friend Jeff K with the great Toshiro Mifune picture here on YouTube. I believe it's Yojimbo. Hello, Jeff. Good to see you. Thank you for showing up. But before we get into all of that stuff and all those announcements, a couple of things that I got here recently, which I don't believe I've shown off here yet. This came quite quickly. I was actually very surprised. This is Last Tango in Paris 4K UHD. This is brand new. This just came out this month. For those of you listening in the future, that would be April of 2024. This was part of the Vinegar Syndrome and partner label announcements that were announced April 1st. I got this last week. So this came out, I don't know, 2.5 weeks after it was announced, because it was announced April 1st. And this is their Distripix, is their sub label. And they were putting out Bernardo Bertolucci's Last Tango in Paris on 4K. I never thought this was going to happen. I never anticipated a deluxe edition of Last Tango in Paris. As you just to tell you how new this is, I still have the plastic on it. I still have the plastic on the regular Blu-ray black case that comes inside the slipcover. Once again, a very, very sturdy slipcover from Vinegar Syndrome and the people working there, and even their partner labels have really good slipcovers. But it just comes with a booklet as well. For those of you listening at home on the audio, this is not really helpful to you, but it comes with a nice little booklet, a nice hard case that everything fits into, with, I believe, original artwork here on the cover. It's an original art piece that features the Eiffel Tower, which makes sense since the movie takes place in Paris. This is the movie that stars Marlon Brando. It is, of course, Maria Schneider, I believe, is the actress who was in the movie. I should probably look this up, just so I don't get it wrong. This movie I haven't seen in, I don't know, at least a dozen years. I remember buying the original Blu-ray that came out back in 2011. It was a kind of plain Jane, nothing Blu-ray that was put out by MGM. And I thought that was what we were going to get. I never thought we would get anything else. Yes, it is Maria Schneider and Marlon Brando. I talked about this, 2 episodes ago. Very controversial film, specifically the time in which it came out. It was very controversial, I think, to the point where they may have gotten rid of the original negative. I think the original negative was destroyed. I think it was one of those situations. The Catholic Church was rampantly pissed about this movie, as they are about most things that have to do with anything. But yeah, this is Distripix. I think this is number 6. It says here on on the spine. But yeah, I got this in. This was the only thing I had ordered from Vinegar Syndrome recently. I usually wait until the various sales that they have, whether it's halfway to Black Friday or the Black Friday sales, or uh, the subscriber week sale they have in January, or sometimes they'll have flash sales for various holidays and whatnot. That's the time to buy some Vinegar Syndrome if you are so inclined. But keep your eyes always on stuff on their website because this stuff is limited. For example, this edition here, I believe, is already sold out on the Vinegar Syndrome website. This specific hard case edition, you can get the standard edition, uh, but I haven't even, as I said, it's still in plastic, and I haven't even watched the movie yet to see whether the movie looks great. I assume it must, at least better than the old Blu-ray that came out, 14 years ago. Yeah, you have to assume it's better than that at the very least. But this does have special features, whereas I believe that edition did not. Let me actually quickly check to see if it did. I probably looked this up 2 weeks ago and completely forgot to tell you guys. But I figured while we're here and we're talking about this new release, we might as well talk a little bit about the old release too. Yeah, the original release from 2011, no special features, just a theatrical trailer. So I remember this has much more in the way of special features. So I'm glad to add this to the collection. I would really love for them to release Dreamers in the same kind of deluxe edition. That would be really cool. Another Bernardo Bertolucci film that I really like. Um, yeah, so that's what I got recently. Let me set that aside. Something that came in the mail today actually is another Radiance release. Slowly but surely, I probably will never do it, but catching up on a bunch of Radiance releases. I've got a film I have not seen. It's called A Man on His Knees. I wasn't able to watch this when we covered it here on Chasing Labels, so I'm going to be watching it soon. But it is a film by Damiano Damiani, who is an Italian filmmaker who I believe we've talked about several of his films before. But apparently, this one is one of his best, from what I was reading, and so I definitely want to give this a watch soon. I got to get more of their stuff before they sell out. Some of their box sets have sold out right now, are kind of tough to find. The Bounty Hunter one, as well as I think a Ninja box set is also out. And I think I think it's World Noir. Yeah, World Noir box set number one is tough to get. But slowly but surely, I'll get it. Some more mainstream stuff. I did make a trip recently to my local Walmart, which is kind of the only place around here now that you can buy um, new releases in store is Walmart. Unfortunately, no other place around here really sells new releases anymore. I think there's an FYE at the mall still. Malls are still a thing, but I picked up Gladiator 2, which is not the best sounding title for a sequel I've ever heard, for especially for a movie as well beloved as Gladiator. It is Ridley Scott. That's why I had to buy it. It was on sale. A mainstream 4K new release for $20 is kind of a sale these days. They're typically a little bit more pricey, but this was on sale at that price. So I picked this up. If you hadn't seen this yet and you're a fan of the first film, give it a watch. Why not? It's Ridley Scott. You know it's going to be at least well made because Ridley Scott does not make an aesthetically bad movie, in my opinion. Screenplay and story and things like that, that's a whole different story. But at least aesthetically, it's going to look fantastic. And it does. And it does. Um, yeah, this is a movie I did not mind from last year. Denzel Washington, Pedro Pascal, Paul Mescal is in here as well. Connie Nielsen returns in the film too, reprising her role from the original Gladiator from 25 years ago. If you have the first one, you kind of probably want this too. I have another Ridley Scott film here too. Um, The Last Duel. I always tell people that this is a really good recent Ridley Scott film. And for some reason, I don't think a lot of people remember this movie because I believe it came out during kind of the whole COVID shutdown and things like that from a few years ago. So maybe it got a little bit lost in the shuffle. It also came out the same year as House of Gucci. And House of Gucci, the other Ridley Scott film, got, I think, uh, it was more talked about for not the best reasons, kind of for various negative reasons and whatnot. But I thought this movie's fantastic, just incredible work. It's Matt Damon, Adam Driver, Jodie Comer, and Ben Affleck. And I believe Ben Affleck and Matt Damon worked on the screenplay for this. Really good film. That's I'm just shouting that out for people who are looking for some good modern day Ridley Scott. And then something I got here that's something from my childhood. Well, yeah, I'd say late childhood as well. Is Adventures in Babysitting, the Chris Columbus film from the '80s, starring the one and only Elizabeth Shue. This movie came out in 1987, which was the year I was born. So there's a little bit of, I guess, personal connection with that. But I remember seeing this movie so many times on cable when I was a kid. I think the Disney Channel would play it and other various cable networks would play it. It's just a fun 1980s, you know, adventure film. Hence the title of the movie, Adventures in Babysitting. Elizabeth Shue is the babysitter. She's got to babysit these kids. And for one reason or another, they end up having to go out on a night on the town and various hijinks ensue. I've been wanting to own this movie since this Blu-ray came out in 2012. That's how long ago I've been trying to add this to my collection. 13 years, for those of you keeping track at home. It's been a 13-year odyssey. I don't know why I've never bought it. I just never did. And it was on sale recently. I thought, hey, why not? I want to get a lot of the back catalog stuff that I've been neglecting to get for so long for various reasons. Now, what is interesting about this is that if you do buy this recent edition here, we'll give you guys a little bit of a close-up. You probably can't quite tell, but right here on the disc itself, there is a Mill Creek logo. And you may be wondering, why is there a Mill Creek Entertainment logo on this Adventures in Babysitting Blu-ray? Well, because a couple of years ago, there was a deal that was made between Disney and Mill Creek. And people thought that, oh, we're going to finally get some back catalog Disney titles that haven't been released yet. Well, that wasn't the case. What that deal basically was, I believe, was a distribution deal between Disney and Mill Creek to put out some of the stuff they had already put out. Basically re-releases. That's what you're getting. So if you see Adventures in Babysitting or another kind of Disney catalog release that is that is relatively cheap and you find it and you're like, wow, that's absurdly cheap. Well, the reason being is that because it's a repressed Mill Creek release as opposed to an original Disney release. And a lot of that catalog stuff will be stuff from like Touchstone, which was kind of, live action Disney stuff from like the 80s and 90s. I believe that's what's going to be re-released from them. But I've been seeing these crop up along the way. So I thought I would just mention that just in case people were ill-informed or people remembered that story. This tower over here is getting very tall. I'm afraid it's going to tip over. One last thing here, because I don't want to keep harping on a lot of this too long, because I tend to talk too much, is I did pick up while I was at Walmart, this Walmart, I don't know if it's Walmart exclusive, I think it is, Walmart exclusive Steelbook 4K release of the Super Mario Brothers movie. Now, you may be wondering, why did I buy this? The movie is not particularly great, but for me, the first video game I ever played when I was a kid was Super Mario, so I've always had an affinity for Super Mario Brothers, for Nintendo, for stuff that they're doing within that world, and I kind of wanted to add this to my collection just to have a sense of balance within one's collection. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, for me as a collector, the way I like to do my collection is, of course, I have, this highbrow boutique label deluxe releases of, Criterions and Second Sight films and all kinds of great works. But I also like to have a nice catalog balance of other more mainstream type of stuff, just because you don't want to watch a Bergman film all the time. You want to watch something you can just put on and just relax for a little bit. And something like the Super Mario Brothers movie, for someone who likes Super Mario Brothers, is nice to have. Plus, it's going to look fantastic. Brand new animated film. It's going to look great. And I like the steelbook. I like the cool kind of steelbook. I like the reference to the video games. All that kind of stuff. So that's what I got recently. Like I said, nice balance in life. Never really hurt anyone. Well, perhaps it has, but who really knows? Let's get into things, shall we? But let's get into some comments first, and then we'll dive into a lot of the stuff we have to talk about here. Let's see. Acres of Movies says, "Thank you so much for this program. I love it so much." Well, you're welcome. We've been doing it now for 4 years, so I'm glad someone likes it. But Dustin Stroop says, "Do you use any apps to keep up with your collection?" I do. I've been using Blu-ray.com since I've started collecting Blu-rays, late 2000s, like around 2009 or so. I know it's kind of, it's not a particularly, you know, cool site or anything like that. Even the app is kind of basic, but at least it gives me a way to um get all the information I need when it comes to all of these Blu-ray releases. Actually, several tabs I have up during these live streams and during these recordings are all Blu-ray.com because they've got the news stories, they've got the details I need, they've got all that kind of stuff just readily, easily available. So that's what I use is Blu-ray.com to log all of my movies, and I log. There's also an app too, so that's what I use. I know other people use some other things, but that's what I've been using for years. Acres of Movies says there are dozens of releases I'm interested in this week. Cool, cool. Acres Movie says, "Have you seen Wake and Fright? That will that get a good special edition? Also, have you seen Companion? I love Sophie Thatcher. She is a star." So to answer the first part of that, I have seen Wake and Fright. The reason why I've seen Wake and Fright is because there was a Blu-ray release of Wake and Fright recently. Recently, let me see who put it out. I always get confused whether it was Umbrella or whether it was Imprint. Let's see. So, actually, it's coming out June 4th. So there's going to be a Wake and Fright 4K edition coming out June 4th from Umbrella Entertainment. Coincidentally, we're going to be talking about Umbrella here very recently. We were very fortunate enough a few years ago to have, I think it's Ari Harrison, from who was like the guy who runs things over at Umbrella. So we were very fortunate to have him on the podcast a few years ago. He was a super nice guy. And I've got a bunch of Umbrella stuff in my collection. So the good thing with Umbrella and Imprint, because they're Australian labels, their stuff plays in Region A players. Granted, their 4K releases will play here anyways because 4K is typically region free. But Wake and Fright, there is a really good edition coming out June 4th from Umbrella. You can probably find it currently on orbitdvd.com. Let me just check that really quickly because I want to see if they actually have yep, they have the pre-order up already. Yeah, they have a Wake and Fright pre-order up already, and of course they'll have it in stock whenever it gets released. So yeah, check out that release. That's the one to go with. Wake and Fright is also very good. I thought it was a really, really good movie. But let's see the second part of that question, which have you seen Companion? Yes, I have. That's the Sophie Thatcher horror film that just came out a couple of months ago. It's one of my favorite movies of the year so far. For those of you who are interested, I keep a running list on my Letterboxd. Coincidentally, I have to get my Letterboxd up for this podcast, and I completely forgot to do that. So on Letterboxd, my name is Cabzilla06, and I have a very old picture up there of me from like circa 2011, maybe earlier, maybe earlier. But I have seen Companion. It's really good, and Sophie Thatcher is very, very good. I watched the show Yellow Jackets, which she is one of the stars of, and she's very good in that. Yeah, Companion's currently like my number 6 favorite movie of the year. It is that good. Uh, let's see what else we got here. Acres Movie says there is a new action drama that is set at a mall in the 80s called Escalator Bomb. That is a really big project in development lately, and they are starting to get the funding done for that. That's interesting. That's an interesting premise. Do you like movies set at malls? What are some of your favorite mall scenes, such as Fast Times at Ridgemont High and Commando? Um, Off the top of my head, I gotta go with Mallrats, uh, Kevin Smith's Mallrats, because that whole movie is set at the mall. And if you were somebody who went to the mall at any point during the 90s, that movie is going to be very familiar to you. Being a kid in the 90s, you went to the mall a lot, and then being I was a teenager the turn of the century. So I was turned 13 in the year 2000. So even then, at that point, I would go to the mall frequently as an adolescent, as a teenager too, and that movie just brings back a lot of memories of like the stores and people just hanging out at the mall because that's what you did. Because at the mall there was the food court, there were stores you could go into, you would just walk the mall. A lot of malls had movie theaters as well, so you would go to the movie theater too. The only IMAX theater in my entire state is at the mall that's like 15 minutes from my house. So that kind of gives you a sense of how close proximity I am to a mall, you know, and whatnot. Obviously, classic mall set movie, Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead, even its original as well as its remake done by Zack Snyder, that's also really really good. Um, yeah, stuff like that. There are a lot of good scenes in the mall from movies. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head. But in Kindergarten Cop, wasn't there a scene in a mall? No, I can't remember. But anywho, let's get into some stuff here. I think I'm going to start off this episode of Chasing Labels with talking about some individual releases just to kind of, you know, you can hit those easily and then we'll get into some of the slates that have come up. There's some big news today from Shout Factory slash Scream Factory, so we'll get into all of that. But first up, let's get into um some of these individual releases. Just let me just set that up, my watch list. Right off the bat, On the Silver Globe is getting a 4K UHD release from Mondo Vision. Now, Mondo Vision is a company that we don't talk about much here. I think people will most know. Let me see if I want to make sure I don't get this wrong. I want to see what people would most know Mondo Vision from. Um, Let me see. So, On the Silver Globe is an Andrei Zulawski film. Now, recently there was an Andrei Zulawski box set that was put out by Eureka. I believe that was only Blu-ray, though. This is a 4K release of the movie. So, Mondo Vision. Oh, they did. Okay. So they put out Possession. They put out a Blu-ray of Possession back in 2014, which has kind of been the one that everybody's bought when it's come to Possession. The great film Possession, I think, is one of the greatest freaking horror movies of all time. That's also an Andrei Zulawski film. Um, I've heard rumors, not really rumors, that they've said it. Second Sight's going to be putting out a 4K edition of Possession sometime eventually. Not quite sure when, but I believe it's going to happen. So hold on for that. If you haven't gotten Possession yet, and you're looking to probably get a definitive version of that movie, Second Sight's probably going to put that out, so hold on to that. But back in 2014 and up until now, Mondo Vision has had a really good digipack version special edition of the movie Possession, and that's the one that, like I said, that everybody's kind of gotten so far. But they are now putting out another Andrei Zulawski movie, this time on 4K, and that is On the Silver Globe. I haven't had a chance to see this movie yet. It's 165 minutes long. It's a Polish film. And I believe there's going to be two discs. The first disc is going to be the 4K Ultra HD disc with Dolby Vision. It's a brand new 4K digital restoration. There's going to be oh my goodness, an exclusive documentary called Short Life, Long Death, The Making and Unmaking of On the Silver Globe from 2012. That runs 46 minutes long. Wow. There's an exclusive audio commentary with director Andrei Zulawski from 2012 as well. There's another documentary on here that is called Escape to Silver Globe from 2021 that runs 94 minutes long. So you've got two documentaries on here for On the Silver Globe, one being 46 minutes long and the other being 94 minutes long. That in and of itself is a heck of a package. The second disc from the Mondo Vision is including here is a CD soundtrack. I'm assuming of the music from the movie. That would be appropriate. But that's not all. There's going to be a 68-page commemorative booklet that has archival essays and interviews and stuff like that. There's going to be, rare on-set photos, archival stuff. There's a 20-page illustration pamphlet as well. There's going to be 7 5x7 lobby cards, 2 5x7 poster reproductions, one lunar rover drawing postcard, and then one map of Silver Globe reproduction. These are going to be individually numbered, and there's only going to be 4,000 of these produced. And I believe this is, yeah, it's going to be a big, like, kind of thick box type of edition. And there's two editions here. There's a special edition. There's a limited edition. The limited edition is priced at $89.99, and the special edition is priced at $44.95. I'm assuming the special edition is going to have like less cool stuff that comes with it. I'm assuming you're just going to be getting the on disc content, whereas the limited edition you get the discs plus all the extra cool stuff that's coming with it. So that is On the Silver Globe by Mondo Vision. From what I'm reading here from their website, they've been working on this for many, many years. Like, this has been a labor of love, a passion project that they've been trying to work on for many years. It's going to be the first official North American release and its worldwide debut on 4K Ultra HD. So, quite a release, and this is coming out. I should probably get a date for this, shouldn't I? Let's see. When are you coming out? Let me go check here. May 31st. It's coming. This is coming out May 31st from Mondo Vision. Let's see. So that is that. Let me close that tab, and then let me go to Over the Top. Why not? So we're following up a Polish art house film with the complete opposite. That would be the Sylvester Stallone 80s starring picture Over the Top, from 1987, starring Sylvester Stallone, Robert Loggia, Susan Blakely. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on June 30th, and this is from Cape Light Pictures. So Cape Light Pictures, I believe, is a UK label. We haven't talked about Cape Light Pictures in forever. I would say a number of years since we've talked about them. This is getting both a steelbook and a digibook. And Cape Light Pictures, yeah, they put out a few things. Nothing, mostly mainstreamy type of stuff. Like they put out things like, wait, no, Cape Light is, I would say, a European brand. Maybe they're not. I think Cape Light's it's a European brand because I'm seeing both releases here from Germany as well as the UK. So I just want to say Europe in general. I'll just say Europe in general. But typically I associate them with the UK, but perhaps I shouldn't. But yeah, they're putting out Over the Top, like I said, in both a steelbook and a digibook, or media book as they call it. Nothing here listed in the way of special features or anything like that, but the fact that Over the Top is getting a 4K release in general leads me to believe that we're going to be getting a 4K release here at some point. That just seems kind of logical. You know, it's a popular enough movie to where that would sell. I'm just curious who. I think it's a Warner Brothers release. Yeah, because the original Blu-ray came out in 2009 by Warner Brothers, and it was, yeah, it's about time. Yeah, it's about time that gets a re-release of some kind. Yeah, it's they've just been recycling the same Warner Brothers disc here in the US since then. So, yeah, it's about time. The movie is coming up on an anniversary in 2 years. Its 40th anniversary. Maybe they want to time it for that, or maybe they don't. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, I just thought I would bring up Over the Top. It's a fun 80s, cheesy Sylvester Stallone film where Sylvester Stallone is a truck driver who also, yeah, he's a big rig truck driver named Lincoln Hawk, and he goes around and he competes in arm wrestling competitions, and he needs to raise enough money or to prove himself that he can raise his son that he's kind of estranged to over his uh yeah, his father-in-law who doesn't like him and stuff, who's rich and whatnot. It's a fun 80s action film. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, you can imagine what an 80s, Sylvester Stallone, like, family drama would be like, that has to do with big rig trucking and arm wrestling competitions, and Sylvester Stallone is in his physical peak prime at the time. That's over the top. Great soundtrack too, great 80s soundtrack, lots of fun. Lots of fun. Um, yeah, over the top. Winner takes it all, loser takes the fall, as the saying goes. Let's see what else we've got here. See. I know there was another release here that I want to talk about. Nope, didn't want to do that. Um, let me bring it up. There's this movie called Mikey that's getting put out by our friends over at Treasured Films in the UK. We've had them on our channel to do an interview when they were releasing their I think first or second release back a couple of years ago. But let me just quickly go over this. So, British label Treasured Films is preparing a limited edition Blu-ray of Dennis Dimster's Mikey from 1992, starring Bonzall, Ashley Lawrence, John Deal, Whit Hertford, and Lyman Ward. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on August 4th, so some ways down the line. Description: Mikey has been a bad boy, only nobody knows exactly how bad. Tragic and deadly accidents seem to happen all around Mikey. So, from foster family to foster family, from school to school, he goes, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Of course, everyone knows Mikey's just a sweet, misunderstood little boy, but remember, Jason and Freddy were once kids too. Okay. I guess yeah, that's the premise here. It's a it's a kind of a slasher film. Apparently, the movie making its official UK home video debut since the controversial refusal of a BBFC certificate back in 1996. That's the one thing with the UK is they've banned a lot of movies for a very long time, whether it be theatrically or whether it be on home video because of violence. It's been mostly horror. I don't know if for those of you listening know about the video nasties and things like that, where a lot of horror films were just straight up banned and people basically had to bootleg them or import them from overseas to watch them essentially illegally, I guess. And yeah, there's been documentaries about that. Things like these are typical films you'll know, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Evil Dead, stuff like that. But this movie here is getting a 4K release, limited edition release from our friends over at Treasured Films. And this is coming with a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, audio commentary with Amanda Reyes and Justin Kurswell of the Hysteria Lives. There is a Fostering Terror, an interview with star Mimi Craven, Confessions of a Dream Child interview with former child star Whit Hertford, Kindergarten Chop, the Treasured Films Guide to Killer Kids of the Movies, video essay by writer and film historian Daryl Buxton. That sounds like a lot of fun. Um, when I'm thinking of this movie, for some reason, I'm thinking of the movie The Good Son, the movie with Macaulay Culkin and Elijah Wood, which has to deal with a kid kind of like this, like an evil kid, or even the is it The Bad Seed? Hold on, I have my IMDb up here on my computer. Let's see. I always get this confused. Yeah, The Bad Seed from 1956. This is a movie that could use a nice deluxe boutique Blu-ray re-release or even 4K at this point of The Bad Seed. I know there's been a DVD and I think there's been a Blu-ray, but the Blu-ray's got to be forever old at this point. It's got to be around for so long. Let me check. The Bad Seed. What an underrated fun horror film. Yeah, The Bad Seed came out on Blu-ray 2011 from Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers, license this out to someone. License it out to Arrow. License it out to Arrow. That would be pretty cool. This feels like it's got an Arrow release all over it, in my opinion. So that's what that movie reminds me of. But we've got some other special features here. We've got The Making of Mikey feature-length documentary with star Brian Bonsall, director Dennis Dempster Dank, editor and producer Nathan Zahavi, and director of photography Thomas Jewett. Mikey, Anatomy of a Scene with director Dennis Dimster Dank. And then some image galleries and then trailers and whatnot. There's a reversible sleeve featuring two artwork choices. It says here rigid slipcase with new artwork by Graham Humphreys, illustrated collector's booklet featuring writing by John Tolson, David Flint, and Matthew Tilt. Six collector's art cards. There's a web store exclusive magnet that you can get, limited to 500, and a web store exclusive poster with reversible folder. Reversible poster. That's what it is. There's 500 of those that are limited and 500 of the magnets too. So I guess if you go to Film Treasures or Treasured Films, sorry, um, you can you can pre-order that now. Coming out August 4th, Mikey limited edition release. There is also another edition of this movie that's already been released, and that is from MVD. There's an MVD release of this from 2020, which let me see if what it has from the way of special features. It's got the making of Mikey and then anatomy of a scene, and that's it. So this release here from Treasured Films um, is uh, is going to have way more in terms of special features. It is 4K, so it will be region free. If it was Blu-ray, it probably would have been region locked because they typically put out region locked stuff. Uh, so yeah, you could probably import it with no problems. So let's see what else we've got here. I wanted to make sure I brought up. Let's see. Yeah, I accidentally exited out of one of the. Oh, here we go. So there's another one I wanted to bring up called. Speaking of, I keep calling Treasured Films Film Treasures, is because they're putting out a new release as well. That's called The Blood of Jesus. We just had Easter about a week ago, so now we've got a movie called The Blood of Jesus. Coincidentally, I think not. This movie is coming out sometime this summer. It says Film Masters is preparing a Blu-ray release of Spencer Williams's The Blood of Jesus from 1941. Description: a rural black woman lying near death is torn between heaven and hell. So this is an interesting film. It is super B movie, low budget stuff. I believe it's an African American produced and made film, and it very much feels like it should have been part of that Kino box set, Pioneers in African American Cinema. Let me see if I can look that up really quickly. Yeah, Pioneers of African American Cinema. But I believe that box set, actually no, that box set does cover that time frame. It covers 1915 to 1946, and this is 1941. It feels like a movie that would be very much within that box set. But it is not. And Film Masters is putting it out themselves. And what's in this movie, you can watch it currently on Tubi. It's 57 minutes long, super short film. Barely a feature. But what it is about is this woman accidentally gets shot by her husband, who is an atheist. And she gets shot and she's near death. And she basically has this near death experience where she's tempted by like the devil and his cohorts and also an angel to make a decision which way you're going to go, and she's in this like purgatory type state. It's pretty interesting for its time, especially considering the limitations that they had with budgets and special effects and things like that. So things are very basic. The devil in this is basically somebody wearing a devil costume that you would buy at a store. And he's got like fake little like plastic horns and stuff, and he's just kind of acting all like the Joker from Batman, like, you know what I mean, like that type of wackiness. And he might as well be carrying a plastic pitchfork around. It's that level of low budgetedness, but the story is interesting. It's not something we haven't seen before, and I rather like this kind of 1940s African American concept of purgatory and hell and societies, well, like what would be considered sinful, and that would tempt somebody to go to rather choose hell than choose heaven. I like that kind of concept. Um, unfortunately, it's in really rough shape. When you go onto Tubi to stream it and watch it, it's like public domain level of quality. It's really bad. So I'm hoping Film Masters did some type of big time work to facilitate this, the making the this Blu-ray release. Excuse me, because I think it's part of let me check. It's part of their archive collection, and I'm not sure what type of level of money and budget they put into their archive collections versus their regular collections. The only release I've got from them, and I've whipped this out every single time we talk about film treasures here, is I've got their release of Roger Corman's The Terror and Little Shop of Horrors. That's the only thing I've got here from them. And there's other things I've been wanting to get from them. And I just keep forgetting. There's so many labels to keep track of. And some get lost in the shuffle of things. Even labels I talk about here all of the time. I forget when it comes time for me to do a little movie shopping. I completely blank on them. For example, I just showed off a Radiance release early on. I just showed off On His Knees. But sometimes I forget that I need to get some Radiant stuff. I forget I need to get some Fun City Edition stuff. I have a little problem with if I don't see something, I'll forget it. I guess that's an object permanence thing. But especially when it comes to all of this information, just sometimes I lose track of it all. I'm constantly making lists and forgetting about the lists because I don't remember where they are. It's a whole big thing. Anywho, I'm going off on a tangent. I gotta stop. But film treasures, they've been around for a couple of years now. I believe our friend Ryan Verrill has interviewed them over on his channel once upon a time. I would love to interview them on here. I'd love to get a few more of their releases. But I really like this release of The Terror and Little Shop of Horrors because you get two Roger Corman films for for a good price. But checking out some comments here, Acres of Movies, I didn't see a list of special features for Over the Top, so I don't know if there are any special features, and if there are, they haven't listed them yet, which is interesting to me because I want to see if the original Blu-ray came with special features, which I'm hoping it did. Let's see, Over the Top. Actually, unfortunately, the original Blu-ray or the current Blu-ray that's available through Warner Brothers of Over the Top doesn't have any special features. So they would have to commission new special features, and I don't know if that's what Cape Light Pictures does. Like, I don't know if that's in their budget or in their realm. That's why I'm kind of hoping that Warner Brothers does their own release here to maybe get some special features. If not, I mean, license it out to somebody who will. Give it some special features. I mean, some Vinegar Syndrome sub-label or partner label or something would probably love to put out Over the Top. I can only imagine what the licensing cost would be from a Warner Brothers Sylvester Stallone 80s, rather beloved film for Stallone fans. I can only imagine what the licensing rights costs would be for that. Probably a lot. Let's see, some other comments here that I missed. David James, what's up, Andrew? Love your zeal for movies. Thank you, David. Like I said, all movies all the time. That's the motto. That's the name of the game. Yeah, so where was I? See, talk about losing track of things. Let me go back to my notes to see. Let's see. So we've talked about that. I think there's only one more individual release. No, two more individual releases, and then we will go on to the slates, which is where we get into the big heavy hitters for Chasing Labels. I like Killing Flies. Now, this was a movie I tried to watch, but I could not find this streaming anywhere. I could not find this anywhere at all. And this movie is getting an oscilloscope release. This is a movie from 2004. And yeah, good thing that they have a little write-up here for it. So, Oscilloscope has dated its upcoming Blu-ray release of Matt Mulholland's I Like Killing Flies from 2004, starring Michael Fishman, John A. Papa, and Eve Shopson. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on May 6th, so that's very soon. Description: documentarian and longtime customer Matt Maharan follows chief and proprietor Kenny Shopson and his family as they face the gentrification of New York's Greenwich Village and threatens the continued existence of Shopson's general store. I Like Killing Flies captures Kenny as he is not only conjures comfort food on his on his Frankenstein stove from a menu containing hundreds of dishes, but as he serves up morsels of wit and wisdom on work, family, politics, sex, and even cooking. Maharan believed Kenny's brilliance transcended the four walls of his corner eatery and needed to be shared with those who would never have the chance to partake of Kenny's food for the belly and the soul. In terms of special features, we have Cooking with Kenny, which is a short film, and that is it. So this is a documentary from 2004. And like I said, I could not find any place to stream it or any place to watch it in general. But it sounded fascinating to me. It sounded really fascinating to me. I like what Oscilloscope does. I like a lot of the releases that Oscilloscope has done. Unfortunately, it's another company whose releases I haven't delved too far into. I'm trying to think in general uh, which Oscilloscope releases I actually do have. I think I may have like one in my collection. They've put out quite a few good ones that I've been wanting to get. For example, we need to talk about Kevin, the Lynn Ramsey film. They put out a Blu-ray release of that forever ago, 2012. I've been wanting that for so long. Exit Through the Gift Shop, another great documentary. That's the documentary about Banksy, I believe. That's a fantastic documentary. Let's see. And they put out The Messenger. So The Messenger I do have. That's the one Oscilloscope release I do have. Um, they've also put out, Dear Zachary, a letter to a son about his father. They've put out one of my most beloved films of the last decade, Columbus. Columbus is, I recommend that movie to everybody. Watch that movie, buy that movie. The release is a little expensive, but the movie's so worth it. The movie is so worth it. Columbus by Kogonada. That movie, I don't know why it did not get a Criterion release or hasn't gotten one yet. Obviously, since Oscilloscope has the rights, that's probably the answer. But even a Janus Contemporaries release, something, because it's such an amazing movie, and there's not a lot when it comes to special features on this release. Well, there's a selected scenes commentary for Columbus and deleted scenes, and then a little short film here. That's it. But this movie is so brilliant. The movie's called Columbus from 2017. It's amazing, amazing movie. One of my favorites, like I said, of the last 10 years. So that is the release of what was I talking about? I Like Killing Flies, this documentary, which is coming out May 6th. I know Oscilloscope just had a I think they had a 420 sale on their website. I remember our good friend Celestia Cobra in her live stream went through a lot of this stuff that was on sale at that time. Yeah, so let's get into the slates, shall we? Shall we? La la la. Okay. So I think first slate up, we'll go over to our friends at Indicator. Why not? Fortunately for me, when it came to preparation for this episode of Chasing Labels, I had already seen 4 out of 5 of these movies. So I didn't. So give me a little break. Give me a little break, because a lot of these have already been released by other companies, and they've been released recently. For example, we've got HMS Defiant, or also known as Damn the Defiant. We have The Taming of the Shrew, which is the Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton Shakespearean adaptation of The Taming of the Shrew, which is pretty great. We have The Hireling, which is a film starring Robert Shaw. We have The Dresser, which is a film starring Albert Finney. And then we have Saraband for Dead Lovers, which is getting both a Blu-ray and 4K release. The rest are just Blu-ray releases, and I believe the only one that's getting a US release is Saraband for Dead Lovers. Don't quote me on that, though. Maybe I should actually look these up, because we're going to go through them individually. Let's go to HMS Defiant. So HMS Defiant like I said, just got a Blu-ray release. I believe it was by Imprint. Let's see. Yeah, HMS Defiant just got. No, it wasn't. Then who put this out? Hold on. Now they've thrown me a little curveball here. Let's see, HMS Defiant. Yeah, it did. I was right. I was looking at the wrong company. Yeah, so HMS Defiant or Damn the Defiant just got a well, maybe not just, but it got a Blu-ray release from Imprint in 2022. Why do I feel like I just watched this movie the other day? Time is a funny thing. Time is a funny, funny thing. But HMS the Defiant, let me get the write up here for it. So let's see. Alec Guinness and Dirk Bogarde lead the all-star cast of HMS Defiant, a rip-roaring tale of mutiny on the high seas from the great British action director Lewis Gilbert. Um, during the French Revolution, during the French Revolutionary Wars, Crawford, Alec Guinness, captain of the Defiant, enters into a battle of wills with his sadistic first officer Scott Paget, played by Dirk Bogarde. When Crawford is injured during a skirmish with French forces, Scott Paget takes control, but the crew begin to rebel against his brutal command whilst remaining loyal to Crawford and to their country. Adapted by Edmund H. North. Let's see. From Frank Tisley's best-selling novel Mutiny, HMS Defiant, originally released in the U.S. as Damn the Defiant, does not water down its depiction of the harsh realities of naval life. Let's see what we got here for special features. 2 presentations of the film. HMS Defiant with the original UK title sequence and Damn the Defiant with the alternate US titles. Original stereo audio. The Guardian interview with Lewis Gilbert from 95. The BEHP interview with Lewis Gilbert from 1996. Cast adrift of 2022 actors Brian Phelan, Peter Gill, and Roger Mutton recall their work on the film. That's kind of incredible. Defiant crew interviews with a selection of original members of the production team, and then original theatrical trailer, and then image gallery, and etc. etc. There's also an exclusive book with essays and archival interviews with Dirk Bogarde and Murray Melvin. So limited to 3,000 copies. So this is a Region B locked release. I remember seeing this, like I said, about 3 years ago now. So it's been a little while. It's very good. It's very good. I can definitely say that it's very good. I'm on my Letterboxd right now. I can give you a sense of what I thought of it at the time. Let's see. Of course, when you type Defiant, you just get the Defiant one, which is a great movie. Let's see, HMS Defiant. Yep, I gave it a 3.5 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd. Yep. Yeah, so it's kind of if you're into movies like kind of like Mutiny on the Bounty, stuff like that, this will be definitely in that realm. Any of the Mutiny on the Bounty adaptations, any of them. So that is that. Let's see. Let's move back over to The Taming of the Shrew. Now we're talking my language. I have to own every single Elizabeth Taylor film, so this will be in my collection at some point. Whether it is, I believe, the imprint release or whether it is this release here, I'm not quite sure yet. I have to do a little comparison of special features just to get a sense of which one is better. But let's see, just a little write-up on here. Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor star in The Taming of the Shrew, a vibrant body adaptation of Shakespeare's immortal romantic comedy from director Franco Zeffirelli, who did Romeo and Juliet, which has a Criterion release now. Nobleman Baptista seeks husbands for his 2 daughters, Bianca. Bianca has no trouble attracting suitors, but the headstrong and acerbic Kate, who is Elizabeth Taylor, drives men away until the nobleman Petruchio, Richard Burton, is inspired by a sizable dowry to take on the challenge. This lavish Productions all-star cast is rounded out by Cyril Cusack, Michael York, Alan Webb, and Victor Spinetti, and features a lush soundtrack by the great Nino Rota, who did the soundtrack for The Godfather and Eight and a Half. Pretty illustrious credits there, I would say so myself. In the way of special features, we've got original mono audio commentary with film historians Alexandra Heller Nicholas and Josh Nelson. That right there is going to make me buy this. Matthew Sweet on the Taming of the Shrew, the broadcaster and writer examines the background behind the film's production. Royal Film Performance screening from 1967. Newsreel footage capturing an audience of special guests, including Princess Maigret and the who's who of British cinema greats. French premiere in 1967 newsreel footage of Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton attending the film's Paris premiere. And that's it. There is a booklet here as well with essays and such, limited to 3,000 copies. And this is Region B locked. For those of you who have Region A players, you're fine. For those of you who don't, maybe a bit of an issue. You won't be able to play it, essentially. But I'm very curious while I'm here, because I do not remember the special features for the Taming of the Shrew from Imprint. Let me see if I can get a quick rundown of those, if this will cooperate with me. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, the write-up on Blu-ray.com really doesn't give me much in the way of information. I may have to go to imprint.com just to get a bit of a look-see. Let's see, Taming of the Shrew. I'm just curious what it has in terms of comparison. Let's see. Okay, so nothing. Okay, so it just says worldwide first on Blu-ray. This is for the Imprint release. And it just says 1080p high definition presentation, theatrical trailer. That's it. So if it doesn't have any special, granted, this is coming out. Yeah, this came out last August, so the information would be out there already. So unfortunately, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, so definitely go with the indicator release. You have to go with the indicator release, especially if you're region free. You get all of those special features. While the imprint release, I guess, doesn't have any. It's kind of unfortunate. Let's see. We do have some. We do have a comment here that I'm actually interested in answering. Do you know if the shameless release of Four Flies on Grey Velvet is the same restoration that Severin did? That's what Jeff is asking. That is interesting to me because I did see that that a new one just came out. Hold on, let's see. Four Flies. So Four Flies on Grey Velvet. Yeah, it's getting. I believe that one that you're referring to. That's the shameless one. That's one from the UK. Let's see. It says new 4K restoration of the film. Okay, not very helpful. I would have to assume so. Although, perhaps not. Let me check. Four Flies. Okay. I was just checking to see if there was any details in when Severin announced their release and when Shameless announced their release. They both say new 4K restorations, but I'm not sure if they're the same or not. To be honest, I would have to go You would probably have to go and check the Blu-ray.com forums may tell you, because those people tend to know these things way better than I do. Um, oh, so okay. So I do have some information. So I did find so about the Shameless release. It says 4K UHD HDR and Dolby Vision presentation features new encode from premier German authoring house. Okay. So what that could mean is there could be a difference in quality. Whether it's better or worse, I'm not quite sure. But since it's getting a new encode, that's not the same encode that Severin's doing when it comes to the video information and whatnot, and the authoring of the discs and all that kind of mumbo jumbo stuff, it could be different. For example, this actually brings up a good thing, Jeff. Um, for example, when Arrow does a 4K release that Shout Factory has already done, sometimes there is a difference in the encoding, and sometimes the encoding on the Arrow and that can make the Arrow release look better. For example, when I was deciding which version of Brian De Palma's Carrie to buy, whether I was going to buy the Shout Factory release or whether I was going to buy the Arrow release, one of the things I kind of was looking at is there a difference in the picture quality? They're both 4K. You figured they'd be the same, but since Arrow does a little bit better when it comes to encoding their releases, it looks better than the Shout Factory release. So that was the main difference in why I chose to get the carrier 4K release from Arrow. So in this case, it could very well be that the UK release looks better for Four Flies on Grey Velvet than the one we got here in the US from Severin. Obviously, we won't truly know until it comes out. So we'll have to wait and see. But thank you for that question, because it did lead me to believe that it did lead. I was thinking about that earlier for some reason. So thank you for that. So we will see. I don't have the Severin release yet of that, but it does make me pause a little bit. I have to do a side by side comparison of the special features too, because that may swing some people. For example, we're going to be talking about when we talk about Arrow. I just talked about Arrow. Arrow's putting out a 4K edition of Zombie Flesh Eaters or Zombie 2, which has already been released here in 4K from Blue Underground, I think back in 2020. And the special features are wildly different, but they're both 4K releases. So I'm curious if the Arrow is going to look better than the one we got from Blue Underground. So that goes along with this similar type of discussion here. Yeah. So let's continue on with Powerhouse or Indicator, as they say. Let's see. Get rid of. All right, here we are. So the Taming of the Shrew, Indicator is probably the way to go. The Hireling. And for those of you who are interested in the Taming of the Shrew, it's a Shakespearean adaptation. It's very good. It's Elizabeth Taylor. It's Richard Burton. They were really good on screen together. They had a lot of personal stuff. Obviously, they were married a couple of times and together a few times as well. Uh, but they were really good on screen paired together in general. But The Hireling. The Hireling is an interesting film. Starring Robert Shaw and Sarah Miles. Starring The Hireling, a devastating exploration of emotional repression, trauma, and class relations from director Alan Bridges, who directed The Shooting Party. In the years following the First World War, the widowed Lady Franklin establishes an unlikely friendship with her working class driver, her chauffeur, Ledbetter, portrayed by Robert Shaw, a traumatized former sergeant major. But as Lady Franklin develops a relationship with a scheming former officer, Ledbetter's precarious mental state rapidly deteriorates. Adapted from the novel by L.P. Hartley, The Go-Between, by acclaimed playwright and screenwriter Wolf Mankiewicz. The Hireling was awarded the Palme d'Or at the 1973 Cannes Film Festival. Hello. So what we have here for special features are original mono audio, interview with actor Sarah Miles from 2025. Goodness gracious. Interview with actor Ian Hogg from 2025. Interview with composer Mark Wilkinson from 2025. Interview with production manager Hugh Harlow, also from this year. Interview with wardrobe mistress Brenda Dabbs from this year. And then original theatrical trailer. Larry Karaszewski does a trailer commentary, who we've had here, I believe, on Chasing Labels. Um, and there's an image gallery and publicity material and limited edition booklet with new essays. Limited 3000, also region B locked. This is an interesting film. The premise of it is more interesting, I think, and kind of better set up than the actual movie is. It's a very subtle movie, very understated movie. It's a very um, fascinating movie in that regard. What you have here is Robert Shaw and Sarah Miles. They have a relationship. I wouldn't call it a romance. I wouldn't call it anything past like a platonic connection, if you will. And for some reason, Robert Shaw thinks it's more than that. He, at least in his mind, he's developed the idea that it can be more than that, or he wants it to be more than that. So at some point, like they're both going like they're both kind of like parallel with each other. Like, oh, they're friendly, this, they're talking, all this kind of stuff. There's mutual respect and connection between the two. And then at some point when Sarah Miles's character meets this other dude, this other guy, it kind of stops there, but Robert Shaw's character kind of keeps going, going off into his own mind, if you will. And there's an imbalance that creeps up because of that. And the movie is very, like I said, subtle and not overt when it comes to those things. Um, yeah, like I said, a lot of stuff boiling underneath the surface, a lot of stuff, um, that is held back, reserved, if you will, until, of course, eventualities, emotions boil over and whatnot. In eventuality, like we've seen in a lot of other movies before. And Robert Shaw is really good in the film. This is a very understated performance from Robert Shaw, which I wasn't quite expecting because I'm used to Robert Shaw being, in Quinn in Jaws, being in The Sting, being these rather, kind of asshole-ish type of characters. And in this film, he's not quite that. But I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say any more. But yeah, it's an interesting film. A lot of people compare it to Driving Miss Daisy, and I don't think it's quite that. If anything, Driving Miss Daisy was way more like embellishing the connection and the relationship between the two characters. This, not so much. Like, you have to see the movie to understand what I'm saying. Like, that premise says that there's more there than there actually is when it comes to this movie. But like I said, the acting is very good in it. The acting is very good. We do have some other comments here. Our good friend Humboldt Horror Honey is back. Hello. The Hireling intrigues me. Might have to pick it up. You know what? I would recommend it. I would recommend it, especially with all of the special features that it's coming with that I just mentioned. It seems like just a good release from that perspective because you're getting all new special features. You're getting interviews with actors who were in the film. You're getting interviews with people who worked on the film, which is shocking to me. I mean, this movie is over 50 years old. This movie came out in 1973, and the fact that you're still able to find people who worked on this film is kind of amazing. I feel like that's worth a pickup in and of itself. It is Region B, so I want to make sure people know that. But yeah, that is The Hireling. Let's move on to The Dresser, which is another film that I believe got I want to say imprint release a few years ago. Let's see. I'm on their website now. Yeah, The Dresser from 1983. That is this movie starring the great Albert Finney. Let's see. Bum. Once again, another release that just didn't have any special features. When did this come out? Another one that came out last year. So this came out in February of last year from Imprint, and now we're getting a release here from our good friends over at Indicator. So The Dresser, 1983, Peter Yates. Okay, directed by Peter Yates, who directed Summer Holiday, as well as Murphy's War. The Indicators already put out Murphy's War. I believe they have. Um, directs Albert Finney, Tom Courtney, and Edward Fox in The Dresser, a heartrending yet darkly humorous tale of life in the theater. I talked about this last year, but just quickly here. During the Second World War, a group of actors take Shakespeare across the industrial North, led by an aging and imperious actor known only as Sir, against a background of air raid sirens and exploding bombs. With his mental and physical condition deteriorating, selfless dresser Norman Courtney struggles to ensure that the show Sir's 227th performance as King Lear goes on, based on the experience of screenwriter Ronald Harwood, assistant to legendary Shakespeare actor Sir Donald Wolfett. The Dresser is a moving exploration of loyalty and unrequited love. Interesting. So, I remember liking this movie actually a lot. If I could go back to my Letterboxd and get a sense of how much I liked it. Let's see. Yeah, I gave it also 3.5 out of 5 stars at the time. And I remember really liking this movie a lot. Very well acted, very well done. I like movies that have to deal with the theater and having to deal with theater productions and stuff like that, because I feel like there is a certain connection between theater and movies. We've seen many, plays and musicals get movie adaptations. We've seen movies get uh, musical and play adaptations. For example, my mother last week went and saw Some Like It Hot, um, the musical at the at our local, big theatrical place that we have here in Rhode Island. So that's just an example, and they've done that with a lot of more modern stuff than they're like Beetlejuice has a musical now, and The Waitress has a musical. Um, or is it a play? Either way, you know what I'm saying, theatrical performance and whatnot. Uh, yeah, they do Back to the Future now as well. Let's find that fascinating. Must be a lot of fun. But special features for The Dresser. We have interview with actor Claire Harrison from 2025, interview with director of photography Kelvin Pike from 2025, interview with camera operator Dewey Humphreys, interview with sound mixer John Hayward, interview with property master John Chisholm and property buyer Jill Cartier. Those are all from 2025. So these are all brand new special features. And then we have a limited edition exclusive booklet with essays, limited to 3,000 and Region B locked as well. But considering that the imprint release, I don't think had any special features, this is also kind of the way to go as well. Interesting. I was just curious, when these were announced, how they would compare to imprint, and they seem to be better. seem to be better. Um, so let's see Saraband for Dead Lovers. This is another one that I watched once upon a time. Who put this out? I want to say this could be just continuing the trend here. That's just continuing the trend. This could be another imprint release. Or maybe not. Because I think this is a US release. Like a US only release. So there was a Saraband for Dead Lovers put out in the UK by Studio Canal in 2023. That's probably where I saw it originally. So about 2 years ago. Probably discussing that release. And then here we've got another release. So from the celebrated director producer team of Basil Dearden and Michael Relf, let's see, Saraband for Dead Lovers, the first color production from Britain's legendary Ealing Studios. That's what it is. In this sumptuous historical romance, a teenage princess is trapped in a loveless marriage to Prince George Louis of Hanover. Heir to the British throne, to escape the boredom, she begins a dangerous affair with Count Philip Königsmark, an affair with potentially terrible consequences for the pair. Adapted from a novel by Helen Simpson, by Alexander McKendrick. So Alexander McKendrick is the director of Sweet Smell of Success. That should be setting off bells because that movie's amazing. That movie's amazing. Buy the Criterion if you haven't already. So Let's see. Scored by acclaimed composer Alan Ross, Rossthorn, and shot in ravishing three-strip Technicolor by great Douglas Slocum, who did The Young Ones and Murphy's Law. Saraband for Dead Lovers is a glorious feast for the eyes and ears. 4K HDR restoration, a sense of, let's see, 4K HDR restoration, 4K UHD presentation in Dolby Vision. This is a US only release, so you can only find this at Orbit DVD, Diabolic DVD, and Amazon, of course. For special features, we got original mono audio, a sense of loyalty. Director and screenwriter James Dearden introduces his father's work. BEHP interview with Michael Rell from 1990. Let's see. A Technicolor dance from 2020. Film historian Josephine Boating delves into the production of Saraband for Dead Lovers. A strange adventure. Broadcaster Matthew Sweet and film critic Fuang Lee discuss the film's themes and reception. Restoring Saraband for Dead Lovers, a look behind the scenes of this glorious three-strip Technicolor film restoration by those involved in its process. I will say this, I love three-strip Technicolor. Three-strip Technicolor, when you think of that, think of The Wizard of Oz, think of Gone with the Wind. That is the era of three-strip Technicolor. I've said this before, and I'll probably say it many times. A lot of the original prints for three-strip Technicolor are just gone. They just don't exist anymore. So you're basically left with whatever material you can find for three-strip Technicolor. For those of you who are interested, look up the process of three-strip Technicolors and how those things were made, and it's fascinating to me. And the colors, the colors are so beautiful. They're just so stunning. I love Technicolor in general, especially we're getting Technicolor now, not only on Blu-ray, but we're getting it now in 4K, and it looks amazing on screen. I gotta look up because I'm pretty sure there's a list, probably on the Blu-ray.com forums, of all of the movies that are in three-strip Technicolor that have gotten Blu-rays or 4K releases so far, and I've got to go in and take a look at them. Even films like All That Heaven Allows, that Douglas Sirk melodramas of the 50s, that I really, really love. Those are beautiful, beautiful looking movies. That would be a great 4K release if that ever happens. Let's see. Got here for some comments. Acres of Movies says, I love Krull and The Dresser. Yates was so underrated. Yeah, he is an underrated director. I agree. I agree with you. Let's see. So let's move on from that. Actually, that is it from Indicator. Okay. And I should mention when these are actually coming out, shouldn't I? Excuse me. Let's see. What are the dates on here? Just to give people a sense of the month. I think these are their July releases. Okay. So all of these were their July releases. We've got, just to give them a quick rundown, we have HMS Defiant, also known as Dan the Defiant, The Taming of the Shrew, The Hireling, The Dresser, and Saraband for Dead Lovers. Saraband for Dead Lovers being a US only release in 4K and in Blu-ray. The rest are all Region B, UK releases only, but of course, if you have a region free player, you're good to go. You can play them at home. So that is it from our good friends over at Indicator. Let's move on to another slate now. Let me close some of these tabs so my computer does not overheat. You have to hate how on Blu-ray.com they run ads on every page, so your computer gets even hotter. Gotta hate that. Let's see. Just looking at my notes now. Let's go to Eureka. Why not? We'll go to Eureka, because Eureka has a couple of things here. Some I did get to watch, some I did not, so please excuse me if I'm not too in the know when it comes to some of these things. So we have a couple of releases. These are all from August. Okay, Eureka is in August already. They are The Sons of the Great Bear from 1966, The Old Dark House from 1932, The Tattooed Dragon from 1973, and High Noon from 1952. Okay, the two of these that I obviously want to highlight the most are The Old Dark House and High Noon. The Old Dark House, I'm going right to The Old Dark House because this is an important release. This is a release that Should be highly anticipated for many of you. This is coming out July 28th. This is the James Whale film. This movie is fantastic. If you love classic horror, if you love horror in general, I think this is one of the foundational films of its era, in my opinion. Put it up there with all the other cool horror films of that time. So this is a group, let me just read this. A group of weary travelers, a spooky mansion, and a madman upstairs. The Old Dark House, directed by James Whale, the writer-director of Frankenstein and The Invisible Man, is one of the finest and most entertaining horror films of the 1930s. Dripping with atmosphere and packed to the brim with thrills, chills, and gallows humor, it was considered lost for many years before its rediscovery and restoration. Available on 4K, Blu-ray from a 4K digital restoration presented in a newly exclusive Dolby Vision HDR grade. So, yeah, this is about a group of people they're traveling, they get caught in a storm, and their only place they can find to seek shelter is this spooky mansion. A spooky mansion in the middle of nowhere, of course. It's always one of those places. It can never be any place that's nice. It's always got to be a weird looking place. Um, and of course, there's weird people in it and weird stuff happening. Caught in a storm whilst journeying through a remote part of Wales, a group of travelers take refuge in a sinister mansion inhabited by the bizarre femme family and their mute butler. Morgan, played by the iconic Boris Karloff, star of Frankenstein and the Mummy, trying to make the best of a bad situation. The group settles in for the night, but the femme family have a few skeletons in their closet, and one of them is on the loose. Yeah, yep. That's why you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. Um, yeah, this movie's great. Melvin Douglas is in the film, one of my favorite actors, Gloria Stewart, Charles Lawton. Available for the first time in the UK on 4K Blu-ray. So, you have a new exclusive 4K Dolby Vision presentation of the film, uncompressed LPCM audio. Uh, you have audio commentary by critic and author Kim Newman and Stephen Jones, audio commentary by Gloria Stewart, and audio commentary by James Whale biographer James Curtis. That's 3 audio commentaries. Um, okay. You got Meet the Femmes video essay by critic and filmmaker David Cairns, daughter of Frankenstein, an interview with Sarah Karloff, who is the daughter of Boris Karloff. That's awesome. Rescuing a classic archival interview with director Curtis Harrington, focused on his efforts to save the Old Dark House. Um, and then there's the 2018 re-release trailer. Um, so many of you probably have this movie in your collection already. And the reason being is because Cohen Media put out a Blu-ray release of this several years ago. And you may be wondering, what are the differences between that release and this release? And I am here to tell you. I made sure to do this immediately because I've been wanting to buy this movie on Blu-ray for several years, and I just haven't. I've had it on, lists of things I wanted to buy, and I just never pulled the trigger on it for no particular reason. Maybe I was just waiting for it to drop in price. But so what that release has is it has the 2 audio commentaries. It's got the audio commentary by Gloria Stewart, and it has the audio commentary by James Whale biographer James Curtis. And it has the interview with Boris Karloff's daughter, and it's got the special feature about saving the movie. That's it. So with this release from Eureka, you get all of those things, and you get a couple of some extra stuff. You get an extra audio commentary, and I think that's it. Oh, no, and you get the Meet the Femmes, the video essay by film critic David Cairns. So you get those 2, plus you get the movie in a new exclusive 4K version, 4K presentation, I should say. So you get the movie in better quality, seemingly so, at least we hope so, and you get two new special features. So if you haven't bought the movie yet, like myself, who's procrastinated, your procrastination has paid off because this edition looks like it's going to be a winner. So this is coming out July 28th. This has potential to be, one of the better releases of the year for catalog stuff, in my opinion. This is the big one for me. I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited for this. But yeah, I love I love those old horror films from that era. There's so many movies from that era that people just aren't aware of that are horror films. particularly starring Boris Karloff. He did so many movies of that time. He was such a a hot commodity of an actor. There's been a lot of universal horror collections put out by Shout Factory that that are basically like kind of deeper catalog titles from that era, 30s and 40s and whatnot. Not a lot of them are great films, but they're just cool to have. I have volume one. I've been trying to get the subsequent volumes. I think there's 6 or 7 of them. The problem is they're rather expensive for what you get for them, but that's that's neither here nor there. But other Eureka release we want to talk about, of course, is High Noon. Now, this movie has been re-released a couple of times. Um, it's got a Blu-ray release from Olive Films. It got a Blu-ray Signature Edition release from Olive Films. Those are both out of print now because Olive Films no longer exists. And then there is a Blu-ray and a 4K release from Kino, which I'm sure many of you probably have. I know I have it. I think it's over in my Fred Zinnemann section. But the difference, I don't have to explain it to you. So that's the movie starring, um, oh boy, my mind is going already. Gary Cooper, as well as a very young Grace Kelly's in that film as well. You also have, um, so many other people in it that I'm just blanking right now. Um, but that's the movie about. It's his last day as the sheriff of this town. He just got married to Grace Kelly, and they're about to, I believe, move away or go off on their honeymoon. But an old rival is coming back to town, and Gary Cooper's character decides to stay and defend it. And he goes around town, and he can't get anybody to stand with him, and he can't get anybody to help him out, and he's got to do it himself essentially. And the movie's kind of about that, but it's more metaphorical about what was going on in Hollywood at that time, or just slightly before that time, in the 1940s and 1950s, with all of the stuff when it came to the blacklisting of Hollywood and the House Un-American Activities Commission, and people telling people, basically, telling on their friends that they're communists and all kinds of stuff. It's a whole history lesson here, but that this movie's a whole metaphor from it. It's produced by Stanley Kramer, hence why there's so much political themes in it. It's one of the best westerns I think of all time, in my opinion. Yeah, it's great. It's great. But it has been released, like I said, a few times. And this release from Eureka, we've got previous restored in 4K, Dolby Vision / HDR presentation of the film. We have audio commentary by historian Glenn Frankel, author of High Noon, The Hollywood Blacklist, and The Making of an American Classic. Basically what I just said. Audio commentary by Western authority Stephen Prince. Women of the West, A Feminist Approach to High Noon. New video essay by Western scholar J.E. Smith. Interview with film historian Nielsen Signard, author of Fred Zinnemann, Films of Character and Conscience, a 1969 audio interview with writer Carl Foreman for the National Film Theatre in London, The Making of High Noon, a documentary on the making of the film, self-explanatory, I would say. Inside High Noon and Behind High Noon, the 2 video pieces on the making of and context of the film. Now, how does that compare to the Kino release? Because I guess we'll go with the Kino release because it is the one that's, comparable when it comes to video quality. It's the 4K. So let's see. Let's go down. The 4K release, I remember being quite stacked. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. They are all different special features except for the making of High Noon. That is depressing. so let's see. The audio commentaries are even different. So yeah, the only one that carries over that they share together is the making of High Noon. That's it. That archival documentary. Everything else on each release is different, including the 2 audio commentaries. Yeah, they even have 2 different audio commentaries apiece. Yeah. So, okay. That's not the most collector-friendly edition you've ever seen, but I'm not totally surprised. Um, Eureka likes to do a lot of their own stuff. Like, they like to go their own way when it comes to their releases of movies that have been put out by other companies. I can just off the top of my head, I remember trying to do comparison with um, a lot of their like 80s Asian cinema stuff. You know, Arrow would put out some, or 88 Films would put out some. Eureka would put out their own version or whatnot, and Eureka was usually typically did their own thing when it came to special features. That seems to be their bag, which is cool. At least you know you won't have to buy something that has the same exact thing you already have. But if you already have the movie, it's kind of your choice whether you want the new special features or not. I would assume that the transfers are very similar, at least on this one here. Um, but yet again, I'm not quite sure until it comes out. So, a couple of things here. Um, couple of comments here. What does that say? Acres of Movie says, "What are your favorite scenes in movies where the person gets hired for a job, but they are not qualified or have pulled a ruse to get the job?" The one that comes to mind, The Shining. At the beginning of the movie, Jack Nicholson goes there. Uh, I don't think he's necessarily interviewing for the job, but I think he kind of already has it. And he's just kind of like setting up the details or the fine details of it. And yeah, obviously it was a job that he was a little over his in over his head over. It wasn't quite ready for. That immediately comes to mind. Acres of Movies also says terrific that Hireling is getting a good audition. Yeah, I like that. I like that too. Larry Cohen was great and very helpful. Gone too soon. Let's see. Uh, do you like Under the Volcano? Finney was doing some great acting in that, and Dresser and so many more. I don't think I've never seen Under the Volcano. Acres of Movies asked that, by the way. I've never seen Under the Volcano. But I really liked Albert Finney as an actor a lot. He was in that film with Audrey Hepburn that I have. Question I have is, where did I put it? I think I have it over there. It's the one where they're a married couple. Um, it's not called On the Road. It's something like that, or Two for the Road. Let me see. Let me look up Audrey Hepburn. Oh yeah, it is Two for the Road. I was right. Two for the Road, 1967. There's a Twilight Time release of this on Blu-ray, and we actually did a whole episode on this movie back when we were doing our previous podcast, Cinema Discovery Project. When Albert Finney passed away, we wanted to do an episode about a movie starring Albert Finney, and I believe we did a whole episode about Two for the Road, which is a drama about a married couple going through marital bliss and turmoil, and really good film. It's a more serious film for Audrey Hepburn because I don't think a lot of people know about Audrey Hepburn's dramatic work as opposed to more of her more lighter stuff like Sabrina and things like that. But she was fantastic in it. Albert Finney was great in it. Um, yeah, I want to make sure that it is indeed. Yep, Albert Finney. Yeah, when he passed away, so there's an audio version of that episode on our podcast feed back in 2019, which is when that would have occurred. That's when he passed away. But yeah, so Two for the Road, if you want to see a good Albert Finney film, also starring Audrey Hepburn too. I really like that. Um, let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, Eureka. So, um, let's see, that was High Noon. Let's see. I didn't see the Tattooed Dragon, and I didn't see the Sons of Great Bear. So let's see. This is a Western. Oh, hold on. It's a German Western. Hold on. So by the mid 1960s, Westerns had become extremely popular in West Germany due to a series of films adapted from the novels of Karl May. In response, DEFA, the state operated studio of East Germany, or the GDR made its own film set in the Old West. But The Sons of Great Bear wasn't just designed to compete with West German genre films, it was also intended as a pointed corrective to the American frontier myth, pitting its Native American protagonist against violent white settlers in a battle for survival. That's interesting. So this goes along with one of their box sets that they put out recently. They've recently put Eureka has put out box sets of these two different German studios that were around at the time. One was West Germany, one was East Germany, and this obviously goes along with that trend that they were doing. So it also says adapted from the Liselot Weisskopf Heinrich's book series of the same name. The Sons of Great Bear stars. Oh boy, these are all German names I cannot pronounce. Goiko Mitic as Toke Ito, a Native American warrior belonging to a Dakota tribe. As a young man, Toke Ito witnesses his father's murder at the hands of Jim Fred Clark, alias Red Fox, a scout who suspects there is a gold to be found on the Dakota lands. Later, Toke Ito is forced to defend his people from Red Fox as he tries to take possession of the gold by any means necessary. Okay, so we've got a bit of a family revenge story going on, set in the Old West. That's a German film. Interesting kind of combination we've got going on there. So, special features, 2K restoration from the original camera negative, new audio commentary by Western scholar Jenny Barrett, Worldwide West, new discussion of the Sons of Great Bear in a global context with Austin Fisher, author of Radical Frontiers in the Spaghetti Western. That's a lot going on there. A Homeland's new video essay on the depiction of Native American life in the Sons of Great Bear by Lee Broughton, author of The Euro Western. Eyewitness report on the Sons of Great Bear, archival newsreel featuring report on the making of DEFA's first Western, new Masters of Cinema trailer, limited edition slipcase, limited edition collector's booklet with writing and stuff. Yeah, I'm fascinated because I like those box sets that they were talking about. This is interesting because just to put a little context on it, we're so used to westerns of Europe being being spaghetti westerns, Italian westerns, or rather Italian westerns shot in Spain, but with Italian actors and Spanish actors. Anywho, we're so used to that, like we're used to the Man with No Name trilogy and all that kind of, and all the other spaghetti westerns that were done in Europe that were more like B westerns and whatnot. But this is in Germany, which is fascinating to me. So another type of place that's taking the American Western and utilizing it in a different land, with different kind of cultural perspective on it. That's fascinating. Um, let's see. Uh, let's see what else we've got here quickly. Then we'll get to the comments. So we will talk about. Let's see. That was the Sons of Great Bear. These are all coming out in August, by the way. Actually, it says August, but all the street dates are July. So either Blu-ray.com screwed that up or someone else did. So all of these are the July releases. These aren't the August releases. Interesting. Okay. So just keep that in mind. These are all July. So The Tattooed Dragon, written and directed by Lo Wei, the man behind the Bruce Lee's international hits The Big Boss and Fist of Fury. The Tattooed Dragon was designed to bring martial arts superstar Jimmy Wang Yu, who was in The One-Armed Swordsman, to a global audience still hungry for the kung fu cinema in the aftermath of Lee's death, featuring Sylvia Chang and James Tien in a villainous role. It follows the Big Boss in pitting a legendary fighter against organized crime. Cool. So Wang Yu stars as the eponymous Tattooed Dragon, a virtuous martial artist who makes a habit of defending the defenseless. After he is injured in a fight, he is taken in by a farmer and his sweetheart, and soon finds himself having to defend their local village when it becomes the target of a gangster and his crew. Determined to lay their hands on the village's rich resources, the gangsters install a casino and encourage the locals to gamble away everything they have, but the Tattooed Dragon has other ideas. The Tattooed Dragon is a showcase for Jimmy Wang Yu, following his move from Shaw Brothers to Golden Harvest in the early 1970s, boasting cinematography by Chung Hyu Soo, who did Police Story, and Sons coordinated by Simon Su, who did The Flying Guillotine. Eureka Classics is proud to present The Tattooed Dragon for the first time on Blu-ray anywhere in the world from a 2K restoration. Awesome. Speaking of 2K restorations, new 2K restoration of the film is one of the special features. New audio commentary by East Asian expert Frank Zhang. New audio commentary by action cinema experts Mike Leader and Arn Venema. Hair Be Dragons, new discussion of Tattooed Dragon with martial arts cinema expert Wayne Wong. Limited edition slipcase, limited edition collector's booklet featuring new writing on the Tattooed Dragon. So this is a US and UK release. It looks like The Old Dark House is just a UK release. It looks like The Sons of Great Bear is just a UK release, and High Noon is just a UK release as well. So the only one that's getting a US release is The Tattooed Dragon. That's fascinating. So this is a Golden Harvest film. Yeah, it's a Golden Harvest film. I'm very surprised they have any rights to US Golden Harvest films, because it seems like Shout Factory is putting out all those box sets of Golden Harvest stuff. I would assume they would have gobbled up all of the rights. So that is it from Eureka. So Eureka has just quick rundown here. They've got Sons of Great Bear, The Old Dark House, The Tattooed Dragon, and High Noon. The Old Dark House and High Noon will be 4K releases, and the other two will be Blu-ray releases. And The Old Dark House is I would recommend that. I would recommend that. It's a 4K release. You get all the special features from the Old Dark House Blu-ray that's available here from Cohen Media, plus an extra commentary, plus the video essay. So you're getting everything you want. That's a good release. That's a good release. That's the way you do it. But let's check out some comments before we move on to, I think Umbrella will go to next. Let's see. Acres of Movie says, have you seen anything about Enchanted April? Maybe getting a special edition? Do you like that one? Also, Widow's Peak, Downton Abbey style 90s movies. Interesting. Have I seen? Let me check. I feel like if I'm thinking of the same movie, Enchanted April. So nothing in the way for Enchanted April. Unless I completely missed news about Enchanted April. That's the Mike Newell film. Let's see. Yeah, nothing in the way for Enchanted April yet. You would be surprised. There is an old Blu-ray.com forum post from 2009 asking if that movie was getting a Blu-ray release anytime soon. So people have been waiting. People have been waiting a while. My goodness. And I don't think I've seen, what was the other thing that you mentioned? Widow's Peak. I have not seen it, but I like Downton Abbey. I really like Downton Abbey. I've seen the whole series. I have the whole series actually, and I have the movies as well. And there's a third Downton Abbey movie coming out this year. I think it's going to be the final one. But Acres of Movies also asked, how did you come up with the idea for the show? And before the show ever started, how did you learn so much about all this? You are really great. Well, thank you very much. So if you're talking about chasing labels, it was kind of developed mostly from my friend Stephen Billings, who was my former co-host on here, and of course he pops in for the Unwatched Pile. He's working on that game, the movie Mutations, as well as other stuff, and it was kind of him who I was working on the previous podcast with, where it was Cinema Discovery Project. We were doing that for a couple of years, and then we decided to kind of, we had done everything we kind of could with that. We had started off doing kind of random episodes about different parts of movies, movies in general. Like we did a whole episode on the French New Wave. We did a whole episode on the history of horror films and the different kind of eras of horror films. We did episodes on um silent films. We did episodes on, modern day independent stuff from or like 90s independent stuff. We did a whole episode on um new new Hollywood, the late 60s and through the 70s, the whole new Hollywood era of movies. We had done all kinds of episodes, and then we changed it up to start doing episodes about individual movies where we would take a movie and we would kind of go through it beat by beat, break it down, and kind of just go have a free flowing discussion about, each aspect of a movie. And that's when we talked about Two for the Road. And we had done, I think our last episode we had done on that was Ugetsu, the great, the Japanese horror film Ugetsu. And we would pick one every week. Like I would pick one, he would pick one. We did ones about like some modern films, older films, favorites of ours. We did a whole one about L.A. Confidential, which was Steven's favorite movie. Um, and then um, and then we just kind of, we did all of that, to a certain point, and then we decided that Steven wanted to do something different. And it's like, why not start a podcast about movie collecting, since that was a mutual love of ours. That's kind of how we bonded over collecting movies and stuff like that. And it's like, why don't we start a podcast about that? And that's kind of how Chasing Labels started, which was about 4 years ago. I think it was March of 2021, which is when we started Chasing Labels. So before then, if you look into the archives, it's uh, Cinema Discovery Project up until that point, pretty much. And then it kind of gradually grew from there. I changed my YouTube channel that I was doing movie reviews for and stuff like that, and collection stuff, to the Chasing Labels YouTube channel, which is what you're watching this on now or listening to this on now, depending on how you're doing it. And yeah, that's kind of how it is up until it's kind of it's been going up until now. And of course, during that time frame of Chasing Labels, we were able to interview a lot of people within um, the boutique label world. Like we interviewed people who worked on cover art and booklet designs, people who work on layouts, people who, of course, work for places like Severin, people who worked at Vinegar Syndrome, people who work. Of course, we got to meet the guys who run the CEOs of. We were just talking about Indicator. Sam and John, they've been on our podcast twice. We talked with someone from Umbrella. We've talked with Treasured Films, those guys, um, and other people within the industry. And then big people we've talked about here were some filmmakers. Sean Baker, we got to talk with before he made Anora. We got to talk with one of my favorites, the Czar of Noir, and Eddie Muller. Those are all in the archives if you want to go and track those down. Most of them, those two are on audio versions. I think we talked with Eddie Muller in May of 2022. We talked with Sean Baker, I think, in October of that year. And that was before we were doing the video portion of this. So that's a little rundown of what we've been doing on Chasing Labels for the last 4 years or so. And it's been a great ride. It's been a great ride. Meeting a lot of people, a lot of fellow collectors, a lot of fellow movie enthusiasts, a lot of fellow people who run YouTube channels, podcasts. Our friend Ryan Vero, Celeste La Cabra, who has been on here a number of times. Our friend Scott Saslow, who I'm going to talk about. Scott Saslow actually worked on some of the Arrow releases. We talked with him. We talked to our buddies down in Australia, like Tony Miches, and John Matthews. John Matthews is now running his own label that he's working on right now, which is really cool. More information is coming from that. Our buddy Aaron West, who did the Criterion podcast, Criterion Now. He's making his own 824 book that he's working on right now that we've talked about with him. And yeah, it's awesome stuff. It's really been great. It's really been. I never thought I would. I never thought I would reach these people that I have. It's been pretty awesome. It's been pretty awesome. Speaking of awesome, let's talk about Umbrella releases. We were just speaking of Australia. They have a list of 4 releases. Yes. They have their releases from August. I think this is their August batch. Hopefully they're not lying to me this time. We've got Um, we've got Salute of the Jugger from 1989, Noroi, The Curse from 2005, Funny Things Happen Down Under from 1965, and then Full Moon Fright Box Volume 2, 1988 to 1992. So there's a Full Moon Fright Box number 1, obviously, and now we have Full Moon Fright Box Volume 2. So I guess we'll start with that. Why not? It's a box set. Box sets are cool. We like box sets here. Well, 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 you're back for more. The gloriously grimy corner of the video store where horror meets absurdity and logic politely bows out. Here, the Full Moon Fright Box Volume 2 continues the curation of pure nostalgia soaked VHS gold. Charles Band really is the mad scientist of B horror cinema, churning out cult classics like some kind of eldritch Willy Wonka from the bite-sized terror of Puppet Master, the bonkers blend of boobs and beasts in sorority babes in the Slimeball Bowl-orama, to the deeper cuts like Shadow Zone, where science meets sheer terror, and Body Snatcher homage Seed People. His world is one where the weird reigns supreme. Volume 2 is jam packed with titles that feel like fever dreams, movies you vaguely remember watching at 2 a.m. on cable, unsure if they were real or just the result of too much soda and not enough sleep. I've been there, people. I've been there many a night. Many a night. So, these are the type of like late night B grade horror VHS films. These are the types of movies that in the 90s, if you were just rolling through the deep corners of the horror section at your local rental store and just saw some cool cover and were like, hey, that looks cool. Let me rent it. These are these types of movies. So um, hold on, I gotta refresh the page because the ad is covering half of it. Get it together, Blu-ray.com. Sorority Babes in the Slimeball Bowl-orama. We have Puppet Master, we have Shadow Zone, and we have Seed People. The only one of these I've seen is Puppet Master. These are all you can find them like on Tubi to watch and stuff like that. Not in the greatest quality, like I said. These are like VHS horror hits of the 90s. So let's start with Sorority Babes in the Slimeball-orama because that's just a mouthful to say. There are no freshmen in the College of Love, and they're about to graduate to Madcat Mayhem when a sorority prank goes crazy out to steal a trophy from a local bowling alley. Pledges and their male companions accidentally unleash the imp, a sadistic little spirit with a diabolical sense of humor. He creates demons and loves sexy women. He's inviting you to come along and die laughing, just like everybody else. This is packed full of new special features. I know nothing about these movies other than Puppet Master. Um, there's an audio commentary with author and Full Moon historian Nat Brammer, audio commentary with David Ducote, Sergei Hazanek, oh boy, and Brink Stevens, the cerebral scream queen Brink Stevens on Sorority Babes in the Slimeball-orama, Tales from the Bowling Alley behind the scenes featurette, Brink vs. the Imp 2000 interview with Brink Stevens, Sorority Babes in a Dance-a-thon of Death. There you go. Puppet Master. This is what I do know. The Andre Toulon and the Puppet Master saga begins. Apparently, there are many Puppet Master sequels. Alex Whitaker and 3 other gifted psychics are investigating rumors that the secret of life has been discovered by master puppeteer Andre Toulon, but the psychics quickly discover Toulon's secret of death in the form of 5 killer puppets, each one uniquely qualified for murder and mayhem. Experience Puppet Master, the original stop-motion hit written by Charles Band and spawned 14 sequels and spin-off. You heard it right. 14 sequels and spin-offs. Oh, man. Audio commentary with author and Full Moon historian Nat Bremer, The Doll Man's Demonic Toys, animatronics engineer Mark Rappaport on Puppet Master, First Dance Under the Full Moon, writer J.S. Cardone on Puppet Master, Pull the Strings, Alexandra Heller Nicholas on on Puppets and Horror, introduction by Charles Band, No Strings Attached, making of Puppet Master. So that Alexandra Heller Nicholas special feature intrigues me, obviously. And speaking of people we've been able to meet in the boutique label world, Alexandra Heller Nicholas, her hands are all over a lot of horror special features and stuff, as well as our good friend Kat Ellinger. Yeah, a lot of these people have introduced myself and probably a lot of people to a lot of interesting aspects of movies that people probably don't know existed or don't remember existed or are discovering for the first time. It's been a hell of a journey. But yeah, Puppet Master is a lot of fun. It's exactly what you expect. Killer puppets. All of these people meet for the funeral of their friend, and they're all like mystics in some way, shape, or form. Whether they have like whether they're magicians, whether they have like ESP, or whether they have visions of the future, or whatever. They all have something, and there's a reason why they're here. And these puppets come out and wreak havoc, and stop motion animation puppets too, which is kind of cool if you like stop motion animation. Well, not really animation, but you know what I'm saying, stop motion animatronics. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. But here we go with Shadow Zone. There's been a gruesome death at Project Shadow Zone. A group of NASA hypersleep researchers are conducting tests in an abandoned underground facility in the Nevada desert. One subject has died during the test, and NASA has sent Captain Hickok to investigate. What he finds is that scientists have broken the boundaries of dream state sleep and have tapped into a parallel dimension. Of course they did. Of course they did. We got an audio commentary with author and full moon historian Nat Bremer, My Thing writer and director J.S. Cardone on Shadow Zone, and then A Dream Within a Dream, Guy Davis on sleep horror, and it says Video Zone episode. That is it. And then last, but I'm hopefully not least, we have Seed People. Or perhaps it is least. Don't really know, because I haven't seen these movies. Experience Seed People, a classic full moon horror from the brain of Charles Band. The sleepy little town of Comet Valley has been invaded by plants from outer space. Of course it has. Intent on taking over the Earth, the space plants have found a way to pollinate humans, thus turning them into walking seed carriers. Can the resourceful residents fight off the alien invaders, or is the planet doomed to become an alien garden? Sounds a lot like a ripoff of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That's exactly what it sounds like. So we have audio commentary with Peter Manguian, moderated by Dave Flint. We have an audio commentary with author and full moon feature historian Nate Bremer. Watch the Skies actor Sam Hennings on Seed People. I'll humble for you special effects sculptor Ted Haynes on Seed People. By any means necessary, Jared Gahan on How Body Snatchers Stole Our Form. And then a Video Zone episode. So that is the Full Moon Features Volume 2 box set of A Sorority Babes in the Slime Ball Bolorama, Puppet Master, Shadow Zone, and Seed People, all with new commentaries, all with new special features. So they're putting a little bit into that set. I don't have the first set, so I can't compare in terms of like, if the first box set has better films than the second box set. All I know is that they're all from Full Moon, Features. Let's move to Funny Things Happen Down Under. Let's switch things up from horror to the exact opposite. The exact opposite. So, Funny Things Happen Down Under. This is interesting. Featuring global icon Olivia Newton-John. I'll be honest, didn't realize it was Olivia Newton-John until after I watched the movie. I was like, why? That person does look familiar. So super young Olivia Newton-John. This is like 1965, obviously well before Grease came out in the late 80s. And it's her very first movie, actually. It says there, in her very first movie, following the adventures from beloved Adventures of the Terrible 10. Funny Things Happen Down Under is a musical delight that will have every member of your family singing, dancing, laughing along in this instant Australian classic. That's kind of overselling it a bit. It's overselling it a bit. So, a group of children in an Australian country town are trying to raise money to save their clubhouse. After a series of disasters and hilarious attempts, they stumble across a scientific discovery involving mineral water, and rainbow-colored goats, and the children realize they have a major discovery on their hands. So, what happens in this movie? First of all, this feels like The Little Rascals, but Australian, and they're teenagers. that's what this feels like. This feels like an episode, like an hour and a half episode of a TV series, which I believe it is a spin-off of a TV series called The Terrible 10, which aired in Australia, I think, some years earlier. And that's what it felt like. It felt exactly like I was watching something like that. There would be probably American equivalents to that. Like, for example, oh man, growing up in the '90s, we had a lot of these, like a lot of the Nickelodeon stuff, like Salute Your Shorts, something like that. If you know what I'm saying, that show Hey Dude, when they're all these young people working on a dude ranch, and they get up to certain shenanigans and whatnot. And same thing with Salute Your Shorts. If I'm dating myself, you don't know what I'm saying, look it up, I guess. But you understand what I'm saying. Like all these young people in this like adventure type of thing going on, but it felt like a TV show. Like it felt like this would be a series of characters and misadventures or adventures that I would like to see continued here. Um, and Olivia Newton-John is in it. She does some singing. There's some other songs that are sung as well. And these kids are trying to save their clubhouse, and they end up creating this chemical concoction that dyes the wool of sheep different colors, like rainbow colors. So sometimes one will show up red, one will show up green, one will show up blue, some will show up with rainbow, but then they're not dyed. It's not like they dyed it or painted them or anything. They put it in the water, and the sheep drank the water, and the goats drank the water, and it changed their fur, their wool, their yeah, change them color. And apparently it's such a big scientific discovery that people wanna buy their formula and wanna buy the wool and all that kind of stuff. And that's what they're gonna try to do to save their clubhouse. But then there's also a sheep shearing competition that they get somebody to enter to raise the money to save their clubhouse as well. All kinds of shenanigans ensue. It's fine. It's not great. It kind of wears out its welcome after a while. Like it probably shouldn't have been an hour and a half long, but it's whatever. It's whatever. It is fun. Acres of Movies says um funny things happened on Under sounds fun. Was the colors and the scenery nice to see in that one? Yeah, well, the quality of the version I watched wasn't great. So obviously it was probably standard definition. So I'm assuming this Blu-ray is gonna look much nicer than what I saw. Um, yeah, because this was probably maybe a DVD quality level of things and whatnot. Acres of Movies also says Jugger also on a Blood of Heroes inspired a sport. It was really emotional action movie, great acting by D'Onofrio, Holler, and Chen. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that next. Actually, and I'm glad you brought that up. Acres of Movies. Um, yeah. So let me go through the special features of Funny Things Happen Down Under, and then we'll go to that other one because that movie is probably the most interesting of the lot. Let's see. So new 2K restoration, so therefore it's gonna look pretty nice. It's gonna look pretty nice. It says Roger Miram's Goodies and Baddies featurette, Australian television historian Andrew Mercado on Olivia Newton-John, Adventures of the Terrible 10, 4 episodes. Oh, so you get 4 episodes of that TV series that I was just talking about. Custom slipcase artwork by Olivia Coulon, international 90-minute version, Australian 60-minute version. Okay, that's interesting. So there was a shorter version. I think it probably worked better as a shorter version, but that's Funny Things Happen Down Under. So let's go over to the Salute of the Jugger. This is getting a 4K release. Okay, this is getting a 4K release, and also all of these releases come with their typical special edition deluxe forms where you get like art cards and deluxe packaging and big thick hard case books and stuff like that. I'm just going over the raw basic details here of what comes on these discs. But if you go over to Umbrella's site, you can see the different versions that they have available. Some sell out faster than others. Just to give you a sense of that. So the Salute of the Jugger, or as Blood of Heroes, as is also known. In a lawless future where society has crumbled and chaos reigns, the deadly sport of jugging is the ultimate test of strength, skill, and survival. After years of exile, legendary player Sallow, who is Rucker Hauer, is pulled back into the violent game, leading a ragtag team of misfits on a quest to ultimate victory. Joined by Kida, Joan Chen, and Young Gar, who's Vincent D'Onofrio, they compete against teams of vicious, highly skilled Jugger players, risking life and limb every time they step into the field or onto the field. Packed with fierce athleticism and high octane sports action within a dystopian world brought to life with gritty realism, The Salute of the Jugger is a cult classic not to be missed. Get ready to face the future or be crushed in the game. So, this is a 2-disc edition. 4K Blu-ray and a Blu-ray combo pack, new 4K restoration of the uncut 104-minute version of the film, HDR presentation of the film. You have the original work print cut. There's 2 audio commentaries, one with director David Webb Peoples and actor Anna Katarina. Audio commentary with filmmakers Aaron McCann and Kristen Angel. And you have new interviews with cast and crew. You get the director, 4 assistant directors, director of photography, editor. You get Joan Chen, Anna Katarina, Gandhi. It says Gandhi McIntyre, Justin Monjo. And then you have deleted scenes, blooper reel, Jugger Sports Game featurette, and then the US cut, which is called The Blood of Heroes. And yeah, I think I saw this streaming as The Blood of Heroes on Tubi. Pretty sure that's where I saw it. So I saw the US version. So this movie is interesting. It reminds me of Rollerball meets Mad Max with maybe a little bit of roller derby thrown in there, I guess. And because it's set in a dystopian future that's set in the outback of Australia, and you've just got this rolling game that goes on from like place to place. At least Rutger Hauer's team of this ragtag group of people it's Rutger Hauer, Joan Chen, Vincent D'Onofrio, and Delroy Lindo is in this movie. A young Delroy Lindo with hair is in this movie, which shocked the heck out of me. And they're part of this team that plays this game Jugger that go around and just play this sport, if you will. It's more of like a gladiator survival game than anything. And they go around playing this game, and he's like trying to rise this ragtag team through the ranks. And Joan Chen is like the newest and youngest member of this team, and she's like a prodigy. Like she's great at the game. And yeah, there's a lot of other like plot going on in the movie of like this big baddie that they've got to eventually end up playing their team at the end of the game, at the end of the movie and stuff like that, and overcoming them and whatnot. But just on a basic level, it's fascinating. It's very fascinating. Um, yeah, it reminded me, like I said, it's a Rollerball meets Mad Max. Um, let's see. So that is what's the name? That is Salute of the Jugger. Obviously, it must be a bit of a cult classic Australian film for it to get such a deluxe release. Such a deluxe release. Bruh. So, last but certainly not least here, where are you? Yes, Noroi the Curse. So, a contemporary classic in found footage horror genre, Noroi the Curse is director Koji Shiraishi's experimental approach within the J-horror genre. Noroi bends reality and folklore to create a chilling, immersive, and remarkably intricate horror mockumentary that has received cult status. A prominent paranormal journalist, Kobayashi, goes missing shortly after completing a documentary. What begins as an investigation into strange noises soon evolves into the terrifying mystery of a demonic entity named Kagutaba. For special features, it's an audio commentary with writer and director Tom Mess. Found again 2025 interview with director Koji Shiraishi. Chaos and Evidence, Alexandra Helen Nicholas on Noroi and horror mockumentary. Directors POV interview with director Koji Shiraishi, and The Man in the Shadows interview with producer Taka Ishize. The Aftermath, Tom Mess on modern J horror, and then you have trailers, and then of course It's in Japanese with English subtitles. This is an interesting, creepy, slow-moving, found footage horror mockumentary dealing with demonic presence, um, folklorish type of stuff as well. Um, it's an interesting film. Very interesting film. It's part when did this come out? I think this came out in 2005. So that would have been right in that wheelhouse of the post Blair Witch Project spike of found footage films. Our good friend Sarah Appleton, who of course we also met doing Chasing Labels, did a whole documentary about found footage films and and the kind of found footage phenomenon of that time of the 2000s and 2010s. Let's see. I want to make sure I get the actual name of her documentary just to give it a little plug here. Yeah, it's called the found footage phenomenon. There you go. Yeah, the found footage phenomenon that she, I believe, co-directed with Philip Escott. Yes, with Philip Escott. And yeah, and it's all about that kind of genre that just spiked after the Blair Witch Project in when did that come on? 1999. And then we got a whole bunch of them. We got like all the Paranormal Activity movies, and then all the other ones that kind of copied the success of those. But they did them all over the world, including in Japan with J horror. And yeah, this is one of them, and this is a really creepy, good, like well together put film. I would recommend it for those of you who like that type of stuff. Um, but yeah, we've got a bunch of special features on here. We've got our friend Alexander Helen Nicholas doing special feature here too. Um, awesome. So that is it for Umbrella Entertainment. Let's see. We've been at it for about 2 hours now, and we are going to be moving on to talk about stuff that dropped today. Then we'll do. Let me see. Let me just check my notes. Hold on. Let me go back to my notes. We're going to be talking about stuff that dropped today. It's a little bit of information from over at Shout Factory. There was one individual thing I forgot to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it now, just so I can move on to the Shout Factory stuff. So we have Shout Factory, then Arrow, and then Criterion will end our show here for Chasing Labels, spy number 163. So the one individual thing that I want to talk about is a Deaf Crocodile release, and it's the Deaf Crocodile release that is Treasures of Soviet Animation Volume 1. Now, let me see where I can find information on this. Treasures of Soviet Animation Volume 1. Okay. I probably have to go to, I'm just going to go directly to Deaf Crocodile's website. It's easier than me having to bounce around from place to place on the internet to try to figure these things out. So there we go, right here. There's a standard edition, there's a limited edition. Let's be real here. We want the limited edition. That's the name of the game here for me. So, deluxe edition, 1,250 units available for pre-order. And I've actually seen all of these films. You can watch all of these movies currently on YouTube. These are all available on YouTube. We have The Mystery of the Third Planet, The Return, and The Pass. And these are all Soviet Russian films, animated films from the 80s. Yeah, this is the first volume in a series of restorations of classic and rare Soviet animated gems from the vaults of the legendary, oh boy, Soyuz Zumult Film Studios. I probably butchered the heck out of that. So, The Mystery of the Third Planet from 1981. This is about 50 minutes long. It says 48 minutes here. That's about right. A trio of intrepid space explorers, Professor Zelzanov, his 9-year-old daughter, Elisa, and the hilarious doom and gloom Captain Zeleny, set off on a rocket ship to the year 2181 to collect rare alien creatures for the Moscow Zoo. These are all absolutely trippy, bonkers, make absolutely no narrative sense whatsoever, these movies do. You're just here for the vibes. You're just here for the vibes and for the really awesome, cool animation styles. That's what I was here for, and that's what I got. So that's the Mystery of the Third Planet. Then you get The Return, which is about 10 minutes long, in Vladimir Tarasov's mind-bending psychedelic masterpiece. A sleeping cosmonaut hurtles unaware towards his home planet, but will he be awake in time, newly restored by Deaf Crocodile? Once again, doesn't make any sense. Wild and crazy. And then we have The Pass from 1988, which is 30 minutes long. It says, on this night, Oleg was on duty near the fence. He sensed the emptiness and the routine. 3 times people went to the pass. It was all in vain. So begins the Russian director Vladimir Tarasov's sublime masterpiece of animated sci-fi, in which a group of terrified human survivors on an alien world try to reach their derelict spacecraft 16 years after it crashed. Yeah, it says on par with Tarkovsky's Solaris and Stalker as one of the most hypnotic and visually stunning science fiction stories ever filmed. Yeah, it's mind bending. It's like watching animated Tarkovsky. That's what it's like watching these movies. It is incredibly unique, artistic through the roof. It's truly a stunning work. Um, and Deaf Crocodile delivering us stuff that I would have never known existed. Once again, so we got 2 new video essays on Roman Kachinov and Vladimir Tarasov by film historian Evan Chester, new commentary track by Adam Rakoff, James Hancock, and Martin Kessler. I know James Hancock. I think I follow his YouTube channel. New artwork by Beth Morris, Blu-ray authoring by David McKenzie of Fidelity in Motion. I know him. We've had him on Chasing Labels as well. And as well as his brother, Ben McKenzie. Limited to 1,250 units, limited slipcase. Slipcase featuring new artwork by Haley Buck, 60-page illustrated book, new essay by film historian and professor Jennifer Lynn Barker, new essay by film critic Walter Chaw. And yeah, that is Treasures of Soviet Animation Limited Deluxe Edition Volume 1. There is a standard edition, which is cheaper, of course. Doesn't quite have, the deluxe packaging and whatnot. But yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record when I say this. I need to start buying Deaf Crocodile stuff because they're limited, really fascinating work, really well thought out boutique label. The people behind it are pretty cool. I know they know our buddy over Ryan Verrill over at the Disconnected, and I've had some of their stuff. I got some of their stuff right here. Bring these out once again, like I always do. So for those of you who've been here long enough know I always bring out these 2 Deaf Crocodile releases that I have, which is The Assassin of the Tsar, which is starring Malcolm McDowell, and of course Zero Grad, which is trippy as hell. It's a very politically metaphorical film about Soviet Russia in the 80s. So that is the 2 that I have, and they have so much more on their website that I need to start getting my hands on. Some stuff that I need to get is now unfortunately out of print, so I've got to go and track those down, which is always a pain. Let's see, where is Jeff Crocodile from? That's a good question. Acres of Movies asking the hard-hitting question: where's Deaf Crocodile from, and what's nice? And that's nice, of them. Yeah, we've been following Deaf Crocodile forever. Like, we've been following Deaf Crocodile when they made their first announcements, before they were even a partner. They used to be a partner OCN label on Vinegar Syndrome, and we knew of them before that. They announced their first couple of releases, which was, I think, Ilya Muromets. I know was one of their first releases. But they've been around, for longer than Chasing Labels has been doing things. Where are they from? That's a good question. I think they're let me go to their. Let's see. I'm on their website now, coincidentally. Let me check their. It says Deaf Crocodile is a boutique distribution, restoration, and post-production company focused on new, independent, lost, and unseen cinema, both domestic and from around the world. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're a U.S. company. They're a U.S. company because all their stuff's been region free. or been region A. These don't. The slipcovers don't have any details on the back. So yeah, region A. Yes, they're region A company. They're from here, but they put out a lot of stuff from Eastern European stuff. As I said, that animation box set is all like Russian stuff. They put out a lot of stuff from Eastern Europe, a lot of animation from from Europe and Eastern Europe. That is stuff that's incredible. They put out a lot of like weird, English animation as well, like the tune and things like that. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Yet again, stuff I've got to get my hands on eventually. Yet again, I always forget. I always forget. I need a. I almost need like a little alarm that tells me these things. But yeah, go to uh, deafcrocodile.com, I guess. Anywho, let's see. That's the one thing. Oh, now I want to go over to Shout. Right. So let me talk about the slate, and then we'll talk about something that's way more interesting. Way more interesting. So, Scream Factory and Shout Factory announced July releases. Okay. Scream Factory and Shout Factory have announced their July batch of 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray releases. I'm just going to go through these really quickly and not spend too much time on them. I'm not going to go through like special features and stuff because they don't list them here, and I would have to go. Let me go to the. That's not where I wanted to go. I want to go to the Shout Factory website just to see if they even have a list of special features for some of these. Mm-hmm. They do. Oh boy. Okay. But let me just go through these quickly. So, yeah, their website's kind of a mess. Okay, so yep. So Battle Beyond the Stars is getting a 4K Blu-ray release, which is the Roger Corman produced sci-fi film. Strangers with Candy is getting a Blu-ray release. Ace Ventura: Pet Detective is getting both a 4K UHD Steelbook as well as a standard 4K UHD release as well. That is coming July 29th. Unfortunately, zilch in the way of special features. Absolutely nothing. Well, okay, there's an audio commentary with the director. That is it. So a little disappointing. A little disappointing. For me, it's not a deal breaker just to get one special feature. For me, I've only had the movie on DVD for many years. It was a cheap $5 Walmart DVD buy late one Saturday night. So for me to get it in 4K, I've been kind of waiting on. I know that they've it would have been nice to get more special features, but I wasn't really quite going to hold my breath for that. Let's see what else we've got here. Okay, they do have them all listed here on their website, so maybe I'll bounce back and forth. So, actually, I'll put that next to there. So, like I said, okay, so The Last Voyage of the Demeter is getting a 4K Steelbook. I think we already knew that it was getting a regular 4K release anyway. RoboCop 2 is getting a 4K Blu-ray Steelbook. Wallace and Gromit: The Complete Cracking Collection is getting a 4K Blu-ray. Now, they already released this in a big deluxe collection, and now they're just releasing a standard edition of that. Unfortunately, this Wallace and Gromit Complete Cracking 4K collection is, they used AI for the restorations of it, and it looks pretty disappointing that they did that. And it looks disappointing just from a quality standpoint too. So I would avoid this at all, which sucks because Wallace and Gromit is awesome. And to have a complete collection or a near complete collection in 4K would have been amazing. But the fact that they decided to cheap out and wimp out and use AI for the restorations is kind of unfortunate. It's kind of super unfortunate. It makes it all not really worth it. So avoid it. Unless of course you want to. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. I'm going to avoid it, even though I want it. Next up, gigantic release for me personally. Um, Grave of the Fireflies is getting a 4K steelbook and a 4K regular release in July. Grave of the Fireflies, I cannot stress this enough, is one of the saddest movies I've ever seen. It is thinking about that movie makes me cry. Just mentioning that movie makes me sad. Grave of the Fireflies, it's an anime film. It is astonishingly sad. Oh, oh my goodness. But I've been waiting for years to get it because it's being released through G Kids. That's put out by Shout Factory, so it will come in the same packaging that all the other anime films that they've put out is in, so it'll look all uniform on my shelf. All this kind of OCD collector stuff that no one really cares about except for me. I've been waiting for that because there's been an old release on Blu-ray for Grave of the Fireflies. It's been around for years, but I've been waiting to see whether they were going to put it out. All my G Kids and Studio Ghibli stuff is all the way over there on my shelf, or else I would show you guys. But they all have similar uniform type of uh, cover designs, slip cover designs, so they all like kind of line up on your shelf and they all look rather uniform, which is pretty cool, which is what I like. Um, it's yeah, and that movie is so damn sad. What's interesting, this is one of those movies that I want to buy just to have, but never watch. I never want to see it again. Uh, but yeah, Grave of the Fireflies is coming. Abigail is getting a 4K. I have the Blu-ray. This pisses me off. This game that keeps happening where they keep putting out movies just on Blu-ray and then like several months later, or in this case a year later, they're going to be putting it out in 4K. Stop this game. Stop this game because it pisses me off as a collector and it doesn't make me want to rebuy it. If you're gonna just put it out on Blu-ray, then stick to your guns and just leave it on Blu-ray. Stop these games. Because I'm not going to be, double dipping on a modern day film. We shouldn't have to be double dipping on modern day films. You know what I mean? Stuff that's coming out in the theater now. Things in the past, that's a little bit different. That's a little bit different. Because it's an older film, you don't quite know the audience for it. Different, restoration technologies come up, different elements you discover, all this kind of stuff. Modern day stuff, double dipping is kind of annoying. Speaking of which, and this one kind of is a little bit older, so I kind of understand it. This is a catalog title. Alexander Revisited, the Oliver Stone film that is starring Colin Farrell as Alexander the Great. This is Alexander Revisited, the final cut, getting a 4K release. This is one I want to check out the special features for. Just because this movie's been re-released so many damn times in every damn format. so many times. So many DVDs, so many Blu-rays, and now we're in the 4K land. There's been so many cuts of this movie. There's the theatrical cut. There's the director's cut. There's the final cut. Let's see here. Yeah, so there is a new audio commentary with film critic Matt Zoller-Seltz. There's a new interview with director and co-writer Oliver Stone. There's a new interview with editor Alex Marquez. And there's an interview with visual effects supervisor John Scheel. And there's a couple of other special features on here as well. Oh, there's Fight Against Time, Oliver Stone's Alexander, feature-length documentary, Resurrecting Alexander, Perfect is the Enemy of Good, Vangelis scores, Alexander, behind-the-scenes stills gallery. It's a new 2025 4K restoration. See, this is something you want to pay attention to. If you're an Oliver Stone fan, if you like this movie, if you like Colin Farrell, star-studded cast, I remember back in the day. We had Colin Farrell, Angelina Jolie, the late Val Kilmer, Jared Leto, Rosario Dawson, and Anthony Hopkins. I remember when this movie came out. I believe it was 2004 is when this came out. I was in high school at the time. But that's definitely something to keep your eyeballs on. Primary Colors is getting a Blu-ray release as well. Let's see. Yes, it's getting a 4K Blu-ray release. In this adaptation of the best-selling Roman A. Clef about Bill Clinton's 1992 run for the White House, the young and gifted Henry Burton is tapped to oversee the presidential campaign of Governor Jack Shanton, who's portrayed by John Travolta. Burton is pulled into the politician's colorful world and looks on as Stanton, who has a wandering eye that could be his downfall, contends with his ambitious wife Susan, Emma Thompson, and an outspoken advisor, Richard Jemmons, who's portrayed by Billy Bob Thornton. So this is obviously a fictitious adaptation of the 1992 electoral campaign of Bill Clinton. And let's see. Just because we're here, let's take a look at what those special features look like. New 4K restoration of the original camera negative. New audio commentary with film critic Drew McWeeny and Elaine May biographer Kara Corrigan. New 4K restoration from the original camera negative. I think I said that already. Audio commentary. New interview with actor Paul Guilfoyle. Interview with Primary Colors author Joe Klein. Interview with actor Adrian Lester. Okay. Now, that's a 2-disc edition, and I believe Alexander is also a 2-disc edition as well. So that is everything from Shout Factory. Well, not everything. That is this list of movies that they've got here. They've got Battle Beyond the Stars, Strangers with Candy, The Last Voyage of the Demeter, RoboCop 2, Wallace and Gromit, the Complete Kraken Collection, which is the standard edition of that 4K release, and then Grave of the Fireflies, which is getting a 4K steelbook and regular release. Alexander Revisited, the final cut 4K release, the Oliver Stone film, and then Primary Colors is getting a 4K release as well. All coming out in July. But the bigger news from Shout Factory is what's going on in the Hong Kong films side of things. This is what we're talking about here. Now, this is all news from earlier today, or this morning, rather. Shout Studios has informed us that it is launching Hong Kong Cinema Classics, a new sub-label that will bring to North America various classic and cult Hong Kong films and release them on 4K, Blu-ray, and Blu-ray. Shout Studios has also provided preliminary street dates for several highly anticipated releases. So, these releases will be numbered, and they will be coming out starting this summer. And we're having there'll be some digital releases initially, followed by some physical, 4K and Blu-ray releases as well. So, and this is part of the deal that Shout made to a couple of months ago to distribute these films. So this is the stuff we've been waiting for. This is when we're going to get like Hard Boiled and The Killer, the John Woo films, and A Better Tomorrow, the John Woo film as well. But right off the rip, there's a whole list of stuff here. I'm just going to go through some highlights here. So on August 26th, Ringo Lam's City on Fire is getting a 4K and Blu-ray release. That will be their Hong Kong Cinema Classics release number 6. Before then, they're putting out a Jet Li collection. This will be their releases 1 through 5. So on July 29th of this year, 2025, there's going to be a Jet Li collection. It's going to have Fist of Legend, Tai Chi Master, Fong Se Yok, and Fong Se Yok 2. And it's going to have The Bodyguard from Beijing, and that will be the first 5 releases of this line, of this sub-label line of Hong Kong Cinema Classics. Yes, so, and then there'll be some digital releases that are going to start in June. I don't really give a damn about those because I'm not going to pay attention to them. So we're here about physical media. Digital is cool. Digital we like. Digital is how I'm able to watch a lot of this stuff for the show. So I'm not putting it down, but I'm just saying physical media releasing right now. We've got Jet Li Collection, July 29th. We've got Ringo Lam's City on Fire coming out August 26th. And then on September 23rd, will be released number 7. And this will be Sue Hawk's Peking Opera Blues, 4K Blu-ray and a Blu-ray release on that date. So mark those on your calendar because we're getting some summer Hong Kong and fall stuff. Um, it's going to be some great stuff. I cannot wait until we get a good, high quality release of some of those John Woo films. Oh, I can't wait. The Killer and all that stuff. Oh, it's good. It's been a long time coming. A long time coming. Yeah, and it's even a Better Tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait. The only way I saw a Better Tomorrow was probably some downloaded DVD version on YouTube. Many, many, many years ago is the only way I've seen a Better Tomorrow. Um, yeah, and Hard Boiled as well, and then a bullet in the head. Oh, this is going to be some good stuff upcoming. So, I want to make sure to mention that. Um, and the Jet Li collection is going to be all 4K restorations of the films. We're getting Dolby Vision and HDR presentation, new audio commentary with James Mudge, Hong Kong film critic at Eastern Kicks, new interview with director Gordon Chan. I think this is for Fist of Legend. Okay. So this is for Fist of Legend. Interview with Gordon Chan, interview with Professor Aaron Moore, the man behind the legend, interview with director Gordon Chan, Brother at Arms, interview with actor Chin Soo Ho, The Way of the Warrior, interview with actor Karatai Yasuaki, the School of Hard Knocks, karate seminar with Karate Yasuaki, and a look at the Fist of Legend. So I'm not going to go through all of these, because there's 5 films worth of stuff. But just to know that the Jet Li collection is the first on the horizon, and it is coming, in July, July 29th. Excuse me. And each movie is getting an audio commentary. Each movie is getting an interview. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Hopefully, we shall see. But yeah, I want to mention that, and then now we can go to Arrow, and then Criterion, and then we'll be done. All right, we're keeping it under 4 hours this time. Hopefully, hopefully, crossing fingers. Now, Arrow, actually, we'll probably be running through Arrow because not running, but some of these are stuff that have already been released. But for Arrow, these are the July releases for Arrow. We've got Cobra from 1986. We talked about Over the Top earlier, and now we're talking about Cobra, 2 Sylvester Stallone 80s films. Then we have Crumb Catcher from 2023. We have The Stuff from 1985. We have the Nightwatch collection, which has both Nightwatch and its sequel. And then we have Narc, which has already been released. This is a UK re-release. We've got the US release already. And then we have Zombie Flesh Eaters from 1979. Okay, so Narc's the only one that's a re-release. Zombie Flesh Eaters, you know what? I'm gonna scroll down to that one. We'll do that first. Yeah, of course it's all the way at the bottom. Why not? Why not? Okay, scrolling. So this is the Lucio Fulci film. This is gone under many titles. It's simply called Zombie. It's been called Zombie 2. It's been called Zombie Flesh Eaters, but it is has gotten a 4K release before. And it's got a 4K release from Blue Underground back in 2020. I mentioned that earlier here on the episode, and I'm going to mention it again because it's apropos right now. So, but let's get into this first, and then I'll mention how it connects in. So, from the sleazy video vaults comes a movie so stained with controversy and moral indignation that the very mention of its name shudders down the spines of the weak-stomached and censorious. Zombie Flesh Eater is a gut-munching, shark-wrestling, eye-gouging orgy of mud-caked undead terror and Italian splatter from the dark imagination of horror genius Lucio Fulci. No need to introduce Lucio Fulci. Many of you probably already know who he is, one of the great Italian horror filmmakers of all time. He's done movies like The House by the Cemetery, City of the Living Dead, etc., etc. An abandoned boat in New York Harbor unleashes a deadly flesh-crazed zombie cargo. A young American woman and a journalist investigate a tropical island where a deadly disease is making the dead walk. Soon, thoughts of getting to the bottom of the murderous curse will be forgotten as Lucio Fulci's walking corpse overwhelm the living and reports come in that the Big Apple is swarming with the living dead. After over 45 years, Zombie Flesh Eater still has the power to shock and offend the unwilling. Check out this classic sadist video and revel in a wonderfully tasteless movie once helped usher in a moral panic. Yes, it is, and it is that cool, and it is that good of a movie. This movie's dope, amazing practical special effects work when it comes to the gore and the zombie stuff going on in it. Um, it's a Lucio Fulci classic for a reason, but like I said, it's already been released. Unfortunately, I think the only yeah, it's let me go check, give it a quick check here to make sure I don't get this. So let's see. Yeah, so Zombie Flesh Eaters Blue Underground 2020. The special features list quickly here is very different. So, huh, yeah. So the special features are pretty much entirely different. Yeah. Okay. Just doing a quick side by side comparison. Sorry for the little dead air there. So doing a quick side by side comparison, the um the special features are rather different when it comes to the Blue Underground release and the Arrow release. Um, they're both stacked releases, though. That's the big kicker here. This is the ultimate um, collector quandary. If you've got two releases, both stacked special features, different special features, both in the same format, um, and this is becomes another thing where I'm not sure if if the picture quality is going to be the same. Our buddy Jeff earlier asked that question, and that's kind of when I brought up this idea. I'm not sure if it's going to be the same because the Blue Underground release is about 5 years older now. This could be a different release, and I know Arrow likes to do different stuff when it comes to their presentations. It says 4K restoration from the original 2 perf Technoscope negative. Don't know what that means in terms of how it compares to the um the Blue Underground release, because the Blue Underground release says this 16-bit Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the recent 4K restoration of the film. Okay, so I don't know. So it could be different. Could be different, but I can tell you that the special features are all different. Even the commentaries are different, and yeah. So there's a lot here. There's a lot. There's too much to go through here. Go to Blu-ray.com and check out all the details. It is, yeah, it is an extensive release. But I did want to go check, see, see. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I did want to mention. So, our friend Scott Saslow did do the layout and booklet design for this edition of Zombie Flesh Eaters. I want to make sure to give him some shout out credit here because he does do great work. Um, he's been on Chasing Labels like 4 times, so I want to make sure to shout him out. So he did the layout and booklet design for it. Let me go back up to the top with Cobra, because this is different here. So we've got Cobra, fresh from the global success of Rambo: First Blood Part 2, Sylvester Stallone and director George P. Cosmatos reteamed for the iconic 80s action thriller Cobra. This movie's awesome. This movie's so much fun. A crazed killer, a woman in danger, a city in fear. Lieutenant Marion Cobra Cobretti Stallone is the man the LAPD calls when standard police procedure isn't enough. Witness to a bloody murder, Ingrid Knudsen, Bridget Nielsen, finds herself a target and is placed under Cobretti's protection, but repeated attempts on her life lead Cobretti to believe it's not just the work of one lone psycho wreaking bloody havoc across LA, but a murderous cult with plans for a new world order. Um, yeah, this movie has great one-liners. 80s action movies are known for great one-liners. Stallone was given some great one-liners in this movie right off the rip. Um, it's so great. It's so great. I've owned this on Blu-ray for many years, just the old standard, I think Warner Brothers Blu-ray, maybe not even Warner Brothers. A couple of years ago, Shout Factory put out a special edition release, like a collector's edition, a limited edition rather. Yeah, collector's edition. And I've owned the old one, which was Warner Brothers. I was right. But I want to check out um the collector's edition. So special features wise, just to give it a little bit of a look see here. Let's see. This has a brand new audio commentary by critics Kim Newman and Nick Semelian. Brand new audio commentary by film scholars Josh P. Nelson and Martin Pedler. So right off the rip, we got new special features here. We've got and the archive audio commentary by George P. Cosmatos that transfers over. There's a TV version of the film featuring deleted and alternate scenes, Slashing the Night Away, a new interview with composer Sylvester Levy, Dark Glasses, Violence and Robots, a new visual essay by film critic Abby Bender on Cobra and 80s maximalist cinema. That's cool. White Line Nightmare, a new visual essay by film critic Martin Continero on Cobra and the Maverick Cop genre. Stalking and Slashing, an archive interview with actor Brian Thompson. He plays the bad guy in the movie. Meet the Disease, an archive interview with actor Marco Rodriguez. Or maybe he plays the bad guy in the movie. Maybe he's the guy at the beginning. I think he's the guy in the beginning. Anyhow, my mind is wandering. Feel the Heat, an archive interview with actor Andrew Robinson. Double Crossed, an archive interview with actor Lee Garlington. A work of art, an archive interview with actor Art LaFleur and the making of Cobra, and then trailers and such. Let's see. So some of this transfers over to, if you have the collector's edition from Shout Factory, all of these actor interviews I just talked about, they all seem to carry over special features wise, as well as the audio commentary with the director. But you do get some more special features that are new for the Arrow release. So that's really cool. So if you don't have this yet and you want to get it in 4K, this is probably the way to go. Or if you have it already and you're looking to upgrade and you don't want to lose some of those special features, you can also be okay with this release. So that is Cobra, which is awesome. You've got Crumb Catcher, two married couples collide, and Chris Scotch Doppels, beautifully shot and wonderfully wild Crumb Catcher, a truly unique and darkly funny home invasion thriller from the stable of Larry Fessenden's Glass Eye Picks. So what happens is this newlywed couple is going on their honeymoon. You see them at their wedding, and then afterward they're going to their honeymoon. But it just so happens that the groom kind of blacked out during the festivities in the aftermath of the wedding. And so, but they wakes up the next morning and they go on their honeymoon, and they're going to like this cabin in the wood, or this house in the woods that's rather secluded, which is the worst place that you could go for a vacation, I guess, unless you like the woods. You like the woods. Give me someplace sunny and warm and far away. But So they go there, and then in the middle of the night, like we're talking late at night, like they're ready to go to bed. That's how late at night this is. Um, this guy shows up saying that he works for the company that has to do the work that planned the wedding or whatnot, and they couldn't find their wedding cake, but they found their wedding cake, so he's going to deliver it to them. First of all, that's nice service, but still, it's like it's late at night. This couldn't have waited. You couldn't have put this thing in like a fridge or a freezer and then had them get it later after their honeymoon. But this guy has an an alternative motive here. He and his wife want to pitch this idea of the crumb catcher to this couple and wants them to fund it, and give them like $20,000 to fund it. And the reason why is they have some blackmail information, that if this guy and his wife don't want to get leaked, um, they better fund this. So it's just them not being willing to leave and trying to like pitch this idea to them, and then things kind of escalate and escalate and escalate, and this couple just won't leave this newlywed couple alone. And so it's one of those like awkward, squirmy, tense types of horror films. um and yeah, that's exactly what it is. It kind of reminds me of like Funny Games, something like that, or The Strangers, any type of kind of home invasion type of horror film. Um, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine in that regard. I don't think it's particularly amazing or great. I think the guy who, um, comes in and then tries to pitch this idea of the crumb catcher is great in the movie. I find that the honeymooning couple aren't so interesting to me really at all. Um, yeah, it's fine. It's a fine movie. We're getting a brand new commentary by the director. That We got a Catching Crumbs, the making of the movie. That's a 38-minute behind the scenes documentary. We have The Egg and the Hatchet, a short film by the director. Camp Out, another short film by the director. This is his directorial debut as well, so you gotta give him a little leeway when it comes to that. Oh, reversible sleeve featuring original art by Tessa Price and Sister Hyde. Sister Hyde, we have had here in the early days of Chasing Labels. Very cool, very cool. So that is the Nightwatch. Okay, Nightwatch collection. Sorry, it's hitting the 2.5 hour mark, and I'm fading fast. Actually, it's hitting the 3 hour mark, and I'm fading fast. Thank you, David. David James says, "Great show, Andrew. Thank you. Trying to stay strong till the end." I'm telling you, these 3 to 4 hour streams always drive the life out of me. So we've got the Nightwatch collection. Coincidentally, talk about driving the life out of somebody. What we've got here is a movie about a night watchman. This is a Danish. These are two Danish films. We've got Nightwatch, and we have its sequel called Nightwatch: Demons Are Forever. One came out in 1994. The other came out in 2023. That's a long time to do a sequel. That's nearly 30 years. But excuse me. Excuse me. We have so we got law student Martin, who's portrayed by Nicholas Coster-Waldau, who was in Game of Thrones as Jaime Lannister. That's where everybody probably knows him now. But before then, he was an actor for many years. And this is a young Nicholas Coster-Waldau. He is probably, I think, like super young in this movie, like 24 years old. He's like 24 years old in this movie, and he plays a law student who gets a job as a night watchman at a morgue, which is not the coolest job one can have. You'd have to pay me a bit to do that job. So law student Martin Nicholas Coster-Waldau works as a night watchman at the morgue to help fund his studies, while a spate of grisly murders is shaking Copenhagen. So there's a serial killer on the loose who is killing young women and scalping them as well. So it's a little bit grisly here. His newfound nightly duties and friendship with the devil may care Jans, who is let me get this you'll know this actor. Oh, maybe you won't. I know this actor. But he looked so familiar to me, and I was wondering, where have I seen him before? And it turns out I've seen him in a few things. So Kim Bodnia is an actor who was in Nicholas Winding Refn's Pusher. He's the main character in Pusher, which came out not too long after this. Came out in 1996. So 2 years after this movie, he would be in Pusher. If you've seen Nicholas Winding Refn's Pusher trilogy, he's in that first film. He's the main character in that first film. That's where I recognized him from, but he's also in a lot of stuff that's been around now. Most recently in my viewing history, he was in where is it? Come on here, IMDb, don't let me down. Of course, IMDb is gonna let me down. He was in Killing Eve. He plays Villanelle's handler in that show. I don't know why it's not popping up here on IMDb. IMDb drives me insane sometimes when I know there's something that should be in a certain spot and it's not. But he was in Killing Eve. That's where I recognized him from. I didn't recognize him because he didn't have a beard. And he plays Constantine in the show Killing Eve, which is super underrated show. I thought it was fantastic. Didn't have a great ending, but I thought the ride all the way was pretty amazing. Sandra Oh and Jodie Comer were amazing in that show. Fiona Shaw was as well. But anywho, he's in that show, and I'm like, oh, he looks so familiar. But he's in this movie as also super young too. So it's him, and they're kind of best buddies. But Bodnia plays a character Jens, who is kind of a wild child. He's kind of a wild guy. And their relationship, and he also has a girlfriend named Kalinka. Nicholas Coster-Waldau does. But one night, one of the bodies comes in who's a victim of this serial killer that's going around. And the inspector comes in, checks in the body and all this kind of stuff. But this morgue is so damn creepy. So damn creepy. Of course, it's long hallways with flickering lights, and the atmosphere is so creepy. Really great slow burn of a movie. It's got that Nordic, creepy, dark, cold horror vibe to it. I know many of you probably understand what I'm saying. For those of you who don't, you got to watch more Nordic horror stuff. It's always cold. It's always cold. It always feels like it's freezing. And that's part of the vibe. But what happens is, the more he's working at this place, the more he starts seeing things that may or may not be real. He may be seeing things, they may be real, they may not be real. There's also that hang of this killer that's going around. Yeah, I really dug it. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was really good. And then you get the sequel, Nightwatch, Demons Are Forever, which takes place 30 years after the events in that film. So you're seeing the ramifications and how the trauma of that movie, of the events in that movie, are still plaguing these characters. And now you're seeing the daughter of the Nicholas Coster-Waldau character, how they're affecting her, I mean. And then you're seeing certain connections with the first film and whatnot. But I won't give up any of the other mysteries. So you get a legacy sequel 30 years later. We've seen legacy sequels happen all the time. We talked about Sylvester Stallone. Rocky got legacy sequels with the Creed movies. You know what I mean? So we're seeing this kind of revamp of legacy sequels that have come along over the last few years, and Nightwatch Demons Are Forever is one of them. But for special features here, we've got, first of all, it's a 2-disc set. It's audio commentary by writer-director Ole Borndahl, and he directs both of these films, actually. And then you have Not Afraid of the Darkness, a newly filmed interview with director of photography, Death in Denmark, an appreciation of Nightwatch, and Nightwatch Demons Are Forever by film critic and Nordic noir specialist Barry Forshaw. And then you have Nightwatch, making of documentary. And then we've got Nightwatch Demons Are Forever, how the Nightwatch films explore the horrors of adulthood, a brand new video essay by film critic Heather Vixen. Yeah, there's a lot. The second film has a lot to deal with trauma and how that stays with us as we grow older and as manifests even more so as adults. Very fascinating kind of concept and theme they were working on in there. Life and Death on Mars, a public and private life in Nightwatch universe, a brand new video essay by Alexandra Heller Nicholas. Awesome. And then you've got double-sided fold-out poster, reversible sleeve art, illustrated collector's booklet as well. These are all coming out in July. And then that is it from Arrow, because Narc, we know Narc already because many of us probably already have it, and it's all the same special features, the exact same disc, just being put out in the UK. It's the exact same release, so nothing to really talk about there. Oh my goodness, Acres of Movies asked the important question here: favorite Cobra scene? Which scene isn't my favorite scene? That should be that's a better question. So just to give people, there's so much cool shit in this movie. Unhinged cool shit too in Cobra. Uh, there's the scene at the very beginning of this movie where there's like a hostage situation going on in a supermarket. First of all, talk about a time capsule of a scene. If you want to know what a market looked like in 1986 or even growing up in the 90s, take a look at that scene. Um, where Stallone says, "I'm the disease." No, he says, "You're the disease, I'm the cure." Classic line. Classic line. And then he begins to just like shoot up the the supermarket. Then there's this scene, there's a random moment where Stallone gets back to his apartment and he cuts a piece of pizza with scissors. And I just thought that was so odd because in all of my life, I've never cut food with anything but a knife. I've never cut food with scissors before. It just seems odd to me. Um, then there's these crazy cult sequences that are seemingly in this warehouse going on with all these people chanting. It was such a random scene. And then you have like the most visually scary looking bad guy in this movie. The actor who plays the bad guy in this movie is just aesthetically, visually frightening of a human being. That it's like, yeah, if I saw this guy, I would think that he's out to get me. The movie's so great. Oh, it's what an awesome movie, Cobra. It's so much fun to watch too. Um, yeah, a lot of great 80s action that are so much fun. And I think Cobra's one of them. Let's see. That is it for Arrow. Now we come to it at last. We come to Criterion. Yes, I think that's how we will end it. These are their July releases. So these will come out right in the middle of the Barnes & Noble 50% off sale that hopefully will be happening once again this summer. Usually starts in late June and goes through July, or starts in early July and goes through July. We shall see what the dates are when they arrive. Hopefully they're still happening every year or every time these sales come around. People speculate whether they're going to happen or not, but I'm holding out hope it does, because this is a great crop of films. Some of these will be very familiar. Some of these are re-releases from things that have already been released in the past, getting some upgrades. So we will go through it. So first up here, You Can Count on Me is a Kenneth Lonergan film. Then we have Carnal Knowledge. We know our good friends over at Indicator already beat Criterion to the punch when it comes to Carnal Knowledge. Then we have a Janus Contemporaries release. This is a movie that came out last year. This is an Indian film from India. It's called All We Imagine as Light. I watched this last night. It is available to stream right now on the Criterion channel. Amazing film. Amazing film. I thought it was really, really good film. Really good film. And then we have an upgrade that I never thought was going to happen, and it's happening. The Adventures of Antoine Doinel. This is a Francois Truffaut box set. I'll get into this because I've seen all these movies. Barry Lyndon is finally, we can lay all the rumors to rest. We can put them all to bed now. Barry Lyndon is getting a 4K release from Criterion. So there you go. We don't have to talk about it anymore. No more speculation. And then next we have a nice surprise. The Big Heat. One of the many essential film noirs in The Big Heat, directed by the great Fritz Lang, starring Glenn Ford and Gloria Graham. This is a big one. This one is gigantic, and this is where I will start us going through Criterion here. This is getting a 4K UHD release, a Blu-ray release. Um, New 4K digital restoration with uncompressed monaural soundtrack. You got a 4K disc, you get a Blu-ray disc. It is Dolby. There is Dolby Vision here for HDR. New audio commentary with film noir experts Alan Silver and James Orsini. A new video essay by critic Farah Smith Neem on women in film. Audio interview with director Fritz Lang, conducted by film historian Gideon Bachman and filmmaker Peter Bogdanovich. This was done decades upon decades ago. And then you have interview with filmmakers Michael Mann and Martin Scorsese. This is really, really nice. You have an essay here by author Jonathan Latham as well. Beautiful, beautiful. And our good friend Drusilla Adeline / Sister Hyde did the cover art for this. Congratulations to her on another great Criterion cover. Really beautiful, really, really beautiful. It looks so noirish. You got the chiaroscuro lighting. You've got black and white. The Big Heat, man, I love this movie. Big Heat is essential film noir. Essential. Um, you've got to see this movie. You've got to see this movie. Um, just for those of you who haven't, let me read this down for you. Noir doesn't get any more hard-boiled than this scorching tale of vice and retribution, a film that finds director Fritz Lang working at the peak of his Hollywood style, stripped to the bone, simmering with outrage and fatalistic to the core. A tightly wound Glenn Ford stars as a homicide detective whose investigation into a sprawling crime syndicate becomes a shockingly personal, hate-fueled quest for revenge. Co-starring an iconic Gloria Graham as the mink-coated gangsters Moll with her own axe to grind, and featuring a supporting cast led by sensational sleazy Lee Marvin, The Big Heat hits with raw, unstoppable force. Yeah, came out, I think, in 1950. Yeah, 1953, 89 minutes, perfect runtime. So good. I'm so excited for this. So excited for this. I have the old Twilight Time Blu-ray release that came out many, many years ago, and there's no way that has much in the way of special features. Bless them. Twilight Time could not do much in terms of special features because they simply did not have the money. They did not have um, the budgets to be able to really produce anything really in the world of special features. It was just a miracle in and of itself that we were getting these back catalog titles on Blu-ray, specifically from Columbia Pictures, and specifically from like 20th Century Fox. But we've got here are Michael Mann on The Big Heat, Martin Scorsese on The Big Heat. That is it. And that was from the Encore edition. The Encore edition, which was their second re-release, came out in 2016. And so those interviews are transferring over to the Criterion release. And let's see if the original release had nothing. So I will be upgrading that day one. Day one, no doubt in my mind. That's high priority release for me personally. That should be a high priority release for anyone who loves film noir. But working our way backwards here, let's talk about the adventures of Antoine Doinel. Now, who is Antoine Doinel? You may be asking yourself. Well, have you ever heard of or have you ever seen the Francois Truffaut classic, all-time classic, essential, talk about essential films, essential French New Wave film, The 400 Blows? Well, the character in that film is Antoine Doinel. And now we're not seeing him as a young boy anymore. We're seeing him as he grows older through these films. Hence the name, the Adventures of Antoine Doinel. So, we've got a series of films here. The release of Francois Truffaut's The 400 Blows in 1959 shook world cinema to its foundations. The now classic portrait of troubled adolescents introduced a major new director in the cinematic landscape and was an inaugural gesture of the revolutionary French New Wave. But The 400 Blows not only introduced the world to Truffaut, it also unveiled his most indelible creation, Antoine Doinel. Initially patterned closely after Truffaut himself, the Antoine Doinel character, played by irrepressible and iconic Jean-Pierre Léaud, reappeared in 4 subsequent films that knowingly portrayed his myriad frustrations, romantic entanglements from his stormy teens through marriage, children, divorce, and adulthood. This box set presents uh, Truffaut's celebrated saga in its entirety. Features, we also get it. We get the 400 Blows, we got Stolen Kisses, Bed and Board, Love on the Run, and the short subject Antoine and Colette. So the way it actually goes here is you get the 400 Blows, and then you get Antoine and Colette. Antoine and Colette is a short film that basically deals with teenage love. Antoine Duaniel. It's like he's got a little romance going on. The movie's only like, I don't know, 15 minutes long or whatever, and then you get to him as kind of a young adult, then mid adult, and then later adulthood. And you get to see you basically check in on him and see what's going on with Antoine Duaniel. You learn that he was in the military at one point and then was discharged, and then now he's back. He's um, back on back on the streets to live his life and whatnot. There's so much going on in these movies. So obviously we know 400 Blows. That's from 1959. Then there's Antoine and Colette, which comes after that, and then you get Stolen Kisses, which is Jean-Pierre Léaud returns in this delightful Stolen Kisses, the third installment in the Antoine Duaniel series. It is now 1968, and the mischievous and perpetually love-struck Duaniel has been dishonorably discharged from the army and released onto the streets of Paris, where he stumbles onto an unlikely profession of being a private detective and embarks on this series of misadventures, whimsical, nostalgic, and irrepressibly romantic. Stolen Kisses is Francois Truffaut's timeless ode to passion and impetuosity of youth, immaturity of young adulthood. There you go. That's what Stolen Kisses is. And then you get Bed and Board from 1970, which is number 4 in the Francois Truffaut's chronicle of Antoine Duaniel. The ardent, anachronistic Antoine Duaniel, Bed and Board finds our hapless hero once again in crisis. Expecting his first child and still struggling to find steady employment, Duaniel involves himself in a relationship with a beautiful Japanese woman that threatens to destroy his marriage. Lightly comic with a touch of burlesque, Bed and Board is bittersweet look at the travails of young married life and the fine line between adolescence and adulthood. Once again, we see the next stage of life in Antoine Duaniel, this exploration that Francois Truffaut is giving us of life and of this character. We see him go from a child in adolescence to teenagehood to young adulthood, and now dealing with kind of mid-ground adulthood. With there's a child on the way, but he still has that latent immaturity of his young adulthood that's rearing its head and making him do dumb stuff. Making him do dumb stuff. All of these movies, this box set actually was released on DVD many years ago, and I thought for years we would finally get a Blu-ray release, and it never happened until now. And not only is it a Blu-ray release, this is a 4K release. I'm shocked that this is coming out, to be quite honest. I thought they would have just forgotten about it by this point. But the last movie here in the Antoine Duaniel adventures is Love on the Run from 1979. Love on the Run. So now we've got an older, we got an older Antoine Duaniel who's doing some stuff. Again, is the final chapter of Francois Truffaut's saga. We find Duaniel now in his 30s, convivially concluding his marriage, enjoying moderate success as a novelist, and clinging to his romantic fantasies. The newly single Duaniel finds an object of his affection in Sabine, a record store salesgirl whom he pursues with the fervent belief that without love, one is nothing. Along the way, he renews his acquaintance with previous loves and confronts his own chaotic past. In Love on the Run, Antoine Duaniel is still in love, and because he's still in love, he's still alive. I believe in this film, if I remember this, there is a scene where I think he runs into Colette from Antoine and Colette. And she's like older, married now, and has like a kid and whatnot. And it's just a nice connection back to an earlier time in his life and an earlier film. This is a hell of a journey. These movies are a hell of a journey. I would recommend, if you do buy this box set, watching them in order. If you haven't seen 400 Blows, it's an essential film. That movie's been released several times now. I wonder. Let me see. Yes. So this would be. the premiere of 400 Blows in 4K, I don't think it's gotten a single 4K release. Let me check. I don't wanna Yeah, so it has not gotten a single release in 4K yet, the 400 Blows. Now, could it get a single release at some point later on? Probably. If I was a betting man, probably. It's an essential Criterion film. So, I don't think it was in the was it in the CC40 box set? No, because that was just a Blu-ray box set. Okay, so that wasn't a 4K box set. Um, so yeah, so this is kind of unprecedented in that regard. So you are getting 400 Blows in 4K for the first time through Criterion, and then you get all of the other films subsequently in there as well. For special features, let's see. Obviously 4K release, 4K digital restoration of the all 5 films with uncompressed monaural soundtracks, 4K edition, 4K discs, and 4 Blu-ray discs. Okay. New 4K restoration of Les Mistons, Truffaut's 1957 short film with commentary by Claude de Givray, Truffaut's then assistant director, 2 audio commentaries for the 400 Blows, one featuring film scholar Brian Stonehill and the other Truffaut lifelong friend Robert Lachenay, archival interviews with Truffaut and his collaborators, including actor Jean-Pierre Léaud, Claude Jade, and Marie France Pizier, and co-writers De Givray and Bernard Revon, video essays by film historian Serge Toubiani for Stolen Kisses and Les Mistons, introducing my father, Francois Truffaut, a 2009 interview with Laura Truffaut by filmmaker Daniel Rame. And then you get essays in here as well. Essays by Andrew Saris, Annette Insdorf, Kent Jones, Noah Baumbach, and Chris Fujiwara, and a 1971 piece by Truffaut himself. Nice. And like I said, that DVD counterpart of this has been tempting for years, but in the hopes of that it would get upgraded to at least Blu-ray has been something I've held out for, and now it's in 4K. So this is a must. This is a must buy, I think, in my opinion. Uh, but let's move on to All We Imagine as Light. Now, this is a Janus Contemporaries release, so not getting the full-on deluxe Criterion. Although, after watching the movie last night, um, I'm surprised it didn't. Really am, because we've gotten modern day films that go straight to a Criterion edition. I mean, Anora is coming out tomorrow. Actually, technically, it's past midnight here on the East Coast in the U.S. Anora is technically already out, so that went straight to video. Anatomy of a Fall went straight to Criterion as well. That when it got a new release. The Irishman went straight to Criterion. So I'm really surprised All We Imagine as Light did not, because it is that good of a movie, and it was very critically well loved last year. And I talked about it last time. But I didn't have the full context because I hadn't seen the movie yet. So this movie is really fantastic. Um, not to kind of recap, kind of a bit of a recap of what I talked about in the last episode of Chasing Labels. This movie is about 2 different Indian women. One is a nurse. Actually, I think they're both nurses. One is Yeah, and actually, hold on. Let me just read this now. I'll read this again. Why not? For those of you. So, Paya Kapali's acclaimed fiction feature debut is a radiant ode to hope-giving connections forged amid big city anonymity, set against the hypnotic luminescence of Mumbai. All We Imagine as Light follows 3 very different women working at the same hospital: Prabha, Anu, and Parvati, each contending with personal and material struggles amid a modernizing India driven by gentrification and rising Hindu nationalism. So yeah, that I read this last episode of Chasing Labels. I won't do the whole thing, but what you got here are these 3 different Indian women who are all dealing with different personal struggles, personal obstacles, and all on different kind of paths in their lives. But they're all friends, so therefore they're all connected. And it's fascinating the way this movie goes about showcasing all of these different things. Very well acted, beautifully well shot, incredibly patient film in terms of its pacing and in terms of, it's the way it shows its plot off and all of these things reminded me exquisitely of a director that I'm pretty sure many of you know here, um, Satyajit Ray and his works. Um, specifically his works of like Charulata and The Big City and things like that. When you have these exploration of these singular characters and the themes that the movies are getting into are about the culture of the time and specifically the way in which women are living within that culture of the time and how they're traversing the culture of the time. And this film is very much depicting that. But what you get here is it's set in the modern day. This isn't the 1960s that Satyajit Ray films were exploring. This is modern day. So you're seeing that perhaps things haven't changed too much from that time in India. And the movie is so incredibly amazing in its exploration of all of these things. And you go from this area of Mumbai, which is like a city. So you got all the congestion of the people, you get, the industry, you got stores, you got cars, you got all the hustle and bustle. And then at some point, the movie moves away from that to the rural countryside, and you see the contrasting difference, and it is mind-bogglingly different. My goodness. And for me as a viewer, I was just struck, dumbfounded by the majesty and difference of life in those 2 different areas. Beautiful movie, really beautiful film. Like I said, I'm surprised it did not get a straight Criterion release because all we get here is one special feature. We get Meet the Filmmakers, a new interview with director Payal Kapadia. Um, what's interesting is if you go to um, Criterion channel and you go to where it's streaming, there is I think like a 37-minute interview. I want to say with the actress in the film as well. Um, so there's something there that you can watch. I don't know if that's the same thing as this. I should have checked. Uh, but All We Imagine Is Light. I talked about it last time. Now I have more context since I've seen the movie. It's coming out right in the midst of all of these releases at that time, so it'll be part of the sale. And the Janus Contemporaries are rather affordable during that sale. Like we're talking under $20. And from what I've seen from all the Janus Contemporaries, they're all really good films. Really good films. Next, we've got Carnal Knowledge, which, like I said, is already getting a Blu-ray release, actually getting a 4K release from our friends over at Powerhouse Cinema. Over at Powerhouse Films. So we'll talk about. I just want to do a little quick comparison here when it comes to special features, just because it feels like it's important. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta find it here on indicators. Okay. Don't know why that's being like that. Hold on. Let me go. I'm waiting for it to pop up here on Indicator's website. No, I'm just gonna scroll down. I'll just scroll down. There you are. Just to do a quick side-by-side comparison, and I forgot that there's one slate that I forgot to go over, and I'll do that very quickly after we're done with Criterion, and it's the Kino stuff, because there wasn't much in the way of Kino. I'll just run down the list of what they're gonna be putting out, but there's Carnal Knowledge. Let's see. Audio commentary. So, the movie Carnal Knowledge, I'm pretty sure many of you amid the sexual revolution and social upheaval of the early 1970s, and acclaimed director Mike Nichols delivered a zeitgeist-defining examination of American mores, sharply written by, excuse me, Jules Pfeiffer. The acerbic drama flashes through more than 20 years in the lives of 2 college buddies, Jack Nicholson and Art Garfunkel, whose casual chauvinism is all fun and games until it's not. As the women who suffer and see through the friends' insecure posturing, Candice Bergen and Maigret, Rita Moreno, Carol Kane, and Cynthia O'Neill form an extraordinary ensemble that gives the film its soul. So controversial, it became embroiled in an obscenity case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. Jeez. Carnal Knowledge remains startling for its unnervingly frank look at post-war masculinity. Let's see what we have here for special features from Criterion. So it gives you a sense of which edition you want to get. So, of course, new 4K digital restoration, uh, 4K disc, Blu-ray, new audio commentary featuring filmmaker playwright Neil LaBute, new program with Mike Nichols biographer Mark Harris and film critic Dana Stevens, a new interview with film editing historian Bobby Osteen, conversation from 2011 between Nichols and filmmaker Jason Reitman, Q&A with Jules Pfeiffer, radio spot and trailer, and and then there's an essay or a booklet rather. So I know we've talked about the one from Indicator when it was announced. It does have the same Mike Nichols and Jason Reitman conversation. It's got a different audio commentary, a different special feature. Yeah, it says Cruel Masters, actor, comedian, filmmaker Richard Ayoade provides an in-depth appreciation of the film, and that's it. So, different special features. It all depends on which audio commentary you prefer. And you do get a new program with Mike Nichols biographer Mark Harris. You get new interview with film editor, editing historian, and there's a Q&A with Jules Pfeiffer. So that's what you get on the Criterion. And then the Indicator, you've got the Iowade, and then you have an audio commentary with Justin Bozong. And so that's the main difference. So it kind of all depends on what you want. Yeah. Either way, I'm just glad this movie's getting an upgrade. And last but certainly not least here from Criterion is Kenneth Lonergan's film You Can Count on Me. Now, Kenneth Lonergan hasn't directed a lot of films. He's only directed, I want to say, 3 films. He's more known as a writer, but he's a very good writer, a very good screenwriter, I should say. So he has directed You Can Count on Me, Maigret, and Manchester by the Sea. So that's only 3 films. And he's got a pretty lengthy career. But he's written other screenplays. Like he's written the screenplay for Gangs of New York. He's written the screenplay for Analyze This and Analyze That. Those are predominantly what he's known for. And then he's written he's written Maigret, he's written Manchester by the Sea, and he's written You Can Count on Me. Manchester by the Sea, mind you, is a very critically acclaimed film from a few years ago. When did it come out? 2016. I remember that because I did a review here. You could probably look it up here on Chasing Labels. When I was doing movie reviews from week to week, I did one for Manchester by the Sea, and I think I gave it 5 out of 5 stars. I think the movie was astonishing. The acting in it is incredible. That's the movie that Casey Affleck won an Oscar for. I think it won a screenplay Oscar too, the movie Manchester by the Sea. But this is his first film, You Can Count on Me, starring Mark Ruffalo as well as Laura Linney. Celebrated playwright Kenneth Lonergan first brought his rich humanist vision to the screen with this soulful look at the complexity of a sibling relationship whose roots are as knotted as they are deep. Years after Sammy, Laura Linney, and her younger brother, Terry, Mark Ruffalo, lost their parents in a car crash, small-town single mother Sammy is plunged into another crisis when the troubled adrift Terry comes home for what turns out to be an extended stay, one that could either bring them closer together or tear them apart. With infinite grace and his peerless ear for dialogue, Lonergan offers something all too rare on screen, beautifully flawed human beings with whose journeys offer achingly relatable insight into what changes when you grow up and what doesn't. That is definitely true about this film. Very good screenplay, very good acting, incredibly human and incredibly relatable if you can relate to these characters. If you have somewhat troubled relationships with your siblings or with close family members, if you have a sibling or a family member who is the opposite of you, you'll understand, because that's what you get in this movie. You have Laura Linney, you have Mark Ruffalo, and they play basically opposites when it comes to siblings. Laura Linney, she stayed in her hometown. She's responsible. She has a son who she caters to and is responsible for, and she has her issues too. Definitely has her issues too, specifically with an estranged um, ex. I don't know if it's an ex-husband or ex-boyfriend who's the son of the father who she doesn't associate with. She's got she's very responsible when it comes to her work life and all this kind of stuff. Her Matthew Broderick plays her new boss, which is very fascinating. um, there's a whole thing going on there, and then you've got Mark Ruffalo's character, who, as the this little blurb suggests, he is a drifter. He's irresponsible. He's a bit of a wild card. He's not responsible for really anything in his life other than himself, and but but she feels obligated to take care of him because of the circumstances of which they grew up in, losing their parents at a young age, her being the older sibling. She feels responsible to take care of him. And I see that a lot in just life in general. Older siblings do tend to take care of their younger siblings regardless of how old they are. Whether they're younger kids or whether they're all the way through their adulthood. I see that within my family. I see that within other families. I've seen this explored in movies and TV and books and all this kinds of stuff. It's something that's a thing. It exists. It's something that's explored about human nature, human philosophy, human interaction. Sociological studies have probably been done about this stuff. But this movie explores a lot of those things. It's a really good, genuine, solid film. Check it out if you haven't already. Laura Linney is such an underrated actress. I think she's fantastic. Young Mark Ruffalo, early Mark Ruffalo was doing really great work. I know nowadays he's more known for his political activism as well as for being the Incredible Hulk. I know that seems to be his thing now. But Mark Ruffalo back in the day, the 2000s, he was a damn good actor. Um, yeah, so this is a really good film. Let's see what we have here for special features. We have an audio commentary but featuring Kenneth Lonergan. We have a new interview with Lonergan and actors Matthew Broderick, Laura Linney, and Mark Ruffalo. That's cool. And that's it. It comes with a 4K disc and a Blu-ray disc, Dolby Vision HDR, but it's not really that type of movie where I think you need that. But it's there. It's there if you need it. New 4K digital restoration, supervised and approved by Kenneth Lonergan. So that's always cool. But yeah, that's You Can Count on Me. This movie came out in, I want to say 2000. Yeah, 2000. 2000. So for Criterion's July release slate, we've got You Can Count on Me, Carnal Knowledge, All We Imagine Is Light, getting a Jan's contemporary release. We have The Adventures of Antoine Doinel. We've got The Big Heat, Great Slate. These are all, I think, yeah, even You Can Count on Me is a 4K release. Carnal Knowledge is a 4K release. All We Imagine Is Light is only Blu-ray. Yep, those Jan's contemporaries are only Blu-rays. The Antoine Doinel set is 4K, and The Big Heat is 4K as well. So that is it for July, a packed month for Criterion. Quickly, before we wrap things up here, let me go over the Kino releases that I completely forgot to talk about. Let me go back. So let's see. I'll just go through them because I'm fading away fast here. So we've got they officially announced when Mouse Hunt's coming out, which is June 24th, and that's getting a 4K UHD release with a good amount of special features. Jeez. Actually, that's just the list of no, it's basically just a commentary and deleted scenes. Yeah, commentary and deleted scenes on that. That's June 24th for Mouse Hunt. Rock Pretty Baby is a movie starring this is getting a Blu-ray release June 17th. It's a movie from 1956. Brand new HMS from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative by Universal. It's got a new commentary by film historian David Del Val. It's movie starring Sal Mineo, John Saxon, and Luana Patton. It's a 1950s teen angsty drive-in type of movie. Think of oh gee, it's nowhere near this in terms of quality or type of movie, but Rebel Without a Cause with exploring like the young characters and stuff like that. But you got John Saxon in this movie, who's like John Saxon playing a teenager. He's about 20 years old. You have Sal Mineo, and they're in this band together. And John Saxon is trying to make this band work because he's not going to go to college, and he's hitting certain bumps along the way of trying to like get money for a guitar and get money for all kinds of stuff. And there's all kind of young love going on and all kinds of hip stuff and whatnot. It's a fun 1950s, like I said, drive-in romp of a film. It's a little too long and the movie kind of drags, but it's fine. It's cool to see John Saxon so young. That was really nice. Nice to see Sal Mineo in another film. But I overall just had it on and it was fine. Next we've got another movie that's kind of okay. It's Promise Her Anything. This is coming out June 17th. This is a movie starring Warren Beatty and Leslie Caron. And this is a fun rom-com movie where Warren Beatty is Leslie Caron's neighbor in her apartment building, and Leslie Caron is trying to get with this like child psychologist or like baby psychologist guy who she thinks is like the ideal candidate to be the father to her son. And meanwhile, Warren Beatty is the one who's babysitting her son, and he lives down the hall, and he and the baby are connecting, and he and Leslie Caron have a little thing going on, and it's like the perfect guy for her is probably Warren Beatty, but she doesn't realize it because he's like this poor, not poor, but he's like this working he's somebody who's like an aspiring director who doesn't have a lot of money, and he's like a photographer too, and he's like filming like these videos in his apartment building, like for like ads and stuff. And it basically she just wants like this rich, stuffy doctor guy. Meanwhile, Warren Beatty is probably the one for her. It's fine. It's silly and over the top and whatnot. Good cast in it. Like I said, Warren Beatty is great and Leslie Caron's great. The pediatrician doctor guy is Robert Cummings, and he plays stuffy guy pretty good. um, yeah, it's a fine movie. It's okay. Next we have um Gene Gabin in Maigret Sees Red. I know nothing about this movie, so I'm just gonna go through it. All I know is it's getting a 4K restoration uh by Studio Canal, but Studio Canal hasn't released it yet, and it's only coming on Blu-ray, and it's part of that Maigret series. I know that. And then we've got a movie I have seen called Dead of Night. So Dead of Night is a 1977 TV movie that is a horror anthology series. Well, not really horror. It's an anthology series, I should say, because the first film in it's not really a horror-based thing. It's more sci-fi. But we've got 3 films here. Let me see if I can get a list here of the movies. Let me just give something a quick look. Hold on. Let me go trying to decide where I'm going to go to actually find this information. Called Dead of Night. You'd be surprised how many movies are called Dead of Night. So I got to find the right one. It's a 1977 American TV movie. So yeah, it's called the first movie is called Second Chance, which stars Ed Begley Jr. and a time-traveling car. The second one is No Such Thing, which is a period piece vampire film, short film. And the third one is Bobby, which is a how do I say this? It's like it's like a kid, like a mom performs a ceremony to resurrect her dead son, and let's just say things go awry. Things aren't quite you shouldn't be doing that. Things don't quite go the way she planned. I'll say that. That's called Bobby. And there are 3 films, and I think these are available on Tubi to watch. It's fine. It's fine. The first one, like I said, is not a horror film actually at all. Ed Begley Jr. finds this old car from the 20s in the 70s, and he like fixes it up and drives it. And he goes back in time, and then he something happens that affects his present. Sounds like the plot to Back to the Future, because it is the plot to Back to the Future. Just way less thrills, way less thrills, and way less special effects. And it's very interesting. I wonder if Robert Zemeckis saw that and was like, "Hey, I'm going to make a feature film out of this." The No Such Vampire is like a traditional Dracula story. It was kind of fine. Then Bobby was actually quite creepy and interesting. Um, yeah. So that is Dead of Night. Let's see. Bum. The Peacemaker, which is that George Clooney um, thriller from the 90s, is getting released on June 24th with 2 4K UHDs, 2 audio commentaries, brand new master by Paramount. And then I think you get some special, you get like a deleted scenes too. That's that. Law and Order, which I saw forever ago, coming out June 17th. This is getting a 4K restoration by Universal Pictures in collaboration with the Film Foundation. Includes Without Honor, which is a 1932 classic Western starring Harry Carey. Audio commentary by Law and Order by Heath Holland, who is, Serial at Midnight. That's Heath Holland. With Max Allan Collins, the author of Road to Perdition. That's kind of amazing. Audio commentary for Without Honor by Western film historian Toby Rohn. Conversation with filmmaker / film historian Bertrand Tavernier about Law and Order. This is a black and white film black and white. It doesn't say when it came out. Huh. But it's a black and white film. It stars Walter Houston, who is the father of John Huston. And, the grandfather of Danny Huston and Angelica Houston. Law & Order is a rip-roaring Western that explores the Wyatt Earp myth with a screenplay by the legendary John Huston. It stars John's father, Walter Houston, as Frame Johnson, a thinly veiled stand-in for Wyatt Earp, who takes the marshal job in Tombstone, Arizona, and soon comes into conflict with the corrupt Northrop gang. So there you go. So it's a Wyatt Earp Western with Walter Houston as the Wyatt Earp character. Madman, coming out June 17th. This is Kino Cult number 31. Jeez, I didn't realize they had 31 of these. I remember the other day, it felt like just the other day, they had that they had Kino Cult number 1, which was a Franco film, a Jess Franco film. Jeez, now they're all the way up to 31 of these Kino Cult films. Good for them. Good for them. They must be selling well if they keep making them. But Madman, bookstore clerk Virginia, Jenny Wright, loves to lose herself in a good novel. Well, who doesn't? When she cracks the spine of a horror pulp called Madman, she conjures the book's monstrous author / villain, Malcolm Brand. As grisly murders begin to occur around her, Virginia finds it difficult to distinguish fact from fiction, and even more difficult to convince anyone that the hideous character is real. Brand, who reconstructs his disfigured face by carving away the flesh of his victims, is one of the more memorable horror villains of the 1980s. Damn, that sounds interesting. Sounds fascinating. It sounds like a picture of Dorian Gray type of situation here. But we've got an audio commentary by director Tibor Takex and actor and artistic supervisor Randall William Cook. Much of Madness, More of Sin, a visual essay by Chris O'Neill. Our buddy Chris O'Neill. Awesome to see him getting work. Ripped from the pages, The Making of Madman, featuring interviews with director Tibor Takex, actor and artist supervisor Randall William Cook, screenwriter David Chaskin, and actors Clayton Rohner and Stephanie Hodge. Behind the scenes footage with commentary by Randall William Cook. Okay. Oh, next we've got another Jean-Paul Belmondo film called Hitman, or La Scumone, which I think translates to The Pariah, if I remember correctly. But it's a Jean-Paul Belmondo film, and Claudia Cardinal is in it. Claudia Cardinal is stunning. So I'm definitely going to be checking that out. It's from 1972. It's Jean-Paul Belmondo. Why not? Then they are releasing. There's no deets on this yet. No details here. Coming July 22nd on 4K UHD. A new HDR / DV master by Studio Canal is Convoy. Okay. This is the movie directed by Sam Peckinpah, starring Chris Christopherson, Ali McGraw, Ernest Borgnine, Seymour Cassell, and Burt Young. This has already gotten 2 releases, if I remember correctly. This has already gotten a release from Imprint, and it's gotten a release from Studio Canal. Or has the Studio Canal release come out yet? Let me see. So Studio Canal put out a Blu-ray release in October, and Convoy from wow, okay. Yeah, Convoy from Imprint got that nice big deluxe imprint release in December. So now we're getting a 3rd release of Convoy. We're getting a second 4K release, this time from Kino, from the Studio Canal Master. Very confusing, people. Very confusing. So we'll see what that has in terms of special features as it compares to the imprint release. I know that imprint release is rather deluxe. Rather deluxe. So now that is it from everything. I had to go back and make sure I got my Kinos in, because they're always putting out stuff. Because if I didn't do it now, there would be so much next time. So with that being said, let me go through some of these comments here. Then we'll pop out, and that will be the end of Chasing Labels 163. So let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Acres of Movies, I'm glad you're here. So it will be really neat if Barry Lyndon has good special features. You know what? I forgot to go over Barry Lyndon. I hate myself. What is interesting? Where are you, Barry Lyndon? So if you go to oh, there it is. Okay, so I forgot to go over Barry Lyndon. I apologize to everybody. What happened, though, is that it disappeared from the Coming Soon page. Yeah, it just completely disappeared. So, quickly going over Barry Lyndon. I'm glad, see, Acres of Movies, I'm glad you're here. Sorry. So let me quickly go over Barry Lyndon. Obviously, it's the film starring Ryan O'Neal from the 70s. It's a Stanley Kubrick masterwork. Yeah, it's a historical epic, really. Barry Lyndon chronicles the adventures of an incorrigible trickster, Ryan O'Neal, whose opportunism takes him from an Irish farm to the battlefields of the 7 Years' War and the parlors of high society. For the most sumptuous crafted film of his career, Kubrick created the decadent surfaces and intricate social codes of the period, evoking the light and texture of 18th century painting with the help of pioneering cinematographic techniques and lavish costume and production design, all of which earned Academy Awards. Now, the result is a masterpiece, a sardonic, devastating portrait of a vanishing world whose opulence conceals the moral vacancy at its heart. Very true. That does capture the times of the 18th century. New 4K digital restoration, one 4K UHD disc, and then a Blu-ray disc. Interviews with cast and crew, as well as archival audio featuring director Stanley Kubrick on the film's cinematography, costumes, editing, and production. Interview featuring historian Christopher Frayling on production designer Ken Adams. Interview with critic Michel Cement. Interview with actor Leon Vitali about the 5.1 surround soundtrack, which he's co-supervised. Interview with curator Adam Eaker about the fine art inspired aesthetics of the film. Then there's an essay in the booklet as well. It has the same exact cover art as the other Blu-ray did. Hold on, let me go get the Kubrick Blu-ray. So here is the Blu-ray that came out a few years ago that Criterion put out. Obviously, same exact cover art as the 4K is going to get. Coincidentally, this had a new 4K digital restoration that was done at the time. And yeah, this came out in 2017, I believe this release did. Pretty sure it's all the same special features, yeah. Yeah, I'm just quickly looking. Although, that's very interesting because there's stuff listed on here that's not listed on here. And I don't know why. I'm not really. Yeah, interesting. I would have to assume though that they're all on here, but we shall see when it comes out. But yeah, that's it for Barry Lyndon, and that's it for Criterion. Let's see some. We go back to some comments here. Yeah, definitely the Big Heat. Well, Acres of Movies says, "Is the Big Heat one of your favorite of that kind?" Yeah, definitely one of my favorite film noirs. Indicator released the Big Heat. Yes, they did. Adam Schofield, good call on that. Such a good call that I completely forgot that they did. Let's see the Big. Yeah, hopefully it's still in print. Hold on. Just curious. So the Indicator release of the Big Heat does also have the Scorsese and the Michael Mann, um, introductions, I guess. It's got a different audio commentary and it has Tony Raines on Fritz Lang in the Big Heat. That's not going to be on the Criterion either. And I'm pretty sure, yeah. What's interesting is that pretty sure that audio commentary by film historians Lem Dobbs, Julie Kurgo, and Nick Redman is from. Hold on, let me go get my copy. So this is my copy of the Big Heat. This is the one that was put out, the Encore edition that was put out by Twilight Time back in 2016, and this does have an audio commentary with film historians Lem Dobbs, Julie Kurgo, and Nick Redman. And it does have, like I said, the Michael Mann and the Martin Scorsese pieces on here, and I think that they carried all of that over to the Indicator release, and then they added the Tony Raines on Fritz Lang and the Big Heat. So the Criterion release does not have that commentary and does not have that piece by Tony Raines, but it's got a bunch of new stuff. So I'm probably gonna hold on to this because it's the only way you can have that audio commentary. And unfortunately, I believe, yeah, Nick Redman passed away several years ago. Um, yeah, so if you have this release, I guess hold on to it. If you have the Indicator release, hold on to that too because it's got all the special features from here plus an extra one, and yeah, and it's not on the Criterion. Let's see. Um, What's that? Oh, yeah, indicated release. And then Acres of Movies says, "Is The Big Heat one of your favorites?" Yes, it is. And then, do you want a Cameron Crowe to make a Tom Petty biopic? Sure. Well, I want Cameron Crowe to do something. He hasn't done anything in years. Do something. Do something, Cameron Crowe. Um, let's see. Make a Dirty Scoundrels Legacy sequel. Yeah, I mean, while the actors are still with us, sure. Do you like White Lotus? What has been your favorite season so far? I do like White Lotus. My favorite season. Oh, that first one's really good. The first season's really good. Although the second season's also good too. I'll go with the first season. Let's see. Nightwatch and Pusher, thanks for mentioning. Do you like Streets of Rage, the 90s video game? Would that be a good movie? Why they haven't made that into a movie yet is beyond me. Um, yeah, I played, oh my goodness. That's something very nostalgic for me. Something very near and dear to my heart are those video games. I played Streets of Rage 1 and 2 a lot. A lot. My cousin and I used to play that game a lot as a kid. We beat it so many times. Let's see. Um, I've never seen Robot Scissors. Are you more excited for You Can Count on Me or Carnal Knowledge? Carnal Knowledge. Yeah, because I've been wanting that DVD to Blu-ray or DVD now to 4K upgrade forever. It's I look on my shelf and I see the DVD and I'm like, why isn't this upgraded yet? Um, it would be really neat if Barry Lyndon has good special features. It's got kind of this, like I said, the same special features that I'm assuming this Blu-ray has. Although there's stuff back, this is bothering the heck out of me because there's stuff back here that's not mentioned on Blu-ray.com. Like there's a new documentary featuring cast and crew interviews as well as audio excerpt from a 1976 interview with director Stanley Kubrick. I think that was mentioned. And this is a new program about the film's groundbreaking visuals featuring focus puller Douglas Milsom and gaffer Lou Bogue, as well as excerpts from a 1980 interview with cinematographer John Alcott. I know that wasn't mentioned. I know that definitely wasn't mentioned. So that's why that's kind of bothering me. I don't know if it's just a misprint or they forgot to put it on there. Um, yeah, because they don't mention any of these people. All right. I know. I'll have to further investigate that at a later time. Put some other comments, and then we'll get out of here. Do you know anything about Look Who's Talking getting a special edition soon? I don't. That seems like a Kino release, doesn't it? What movie roles in the 1980s and 90s should Art Garfunkel have played? Oh goodness, I have no idea. To be honest, I have no clue. Art Garfunkel. I don't know a lot of Art Garfunkel. I don't know a lot of his work. Will there be a John Sayles box set? Limbo deserves a 4K. I love that movie. Mary Elizabeth Mastro Antonio was snubbed for that. Underrated actress. A John Sayles box set? I don't know. Because his movies, because the nature and the way in which he made his movies, I don't think we will ever see one. Because they're all spread out. The rights, where he made the movies at different companies. What I do say is I hope Brother from Another Planet gets the Criterion release that everybody seems to be saying it's going to. That's what I want. Good. Can you count on me features? Yeah, yeah, we do get new stuff from Kenneth Lonergan on the You Can Count on Me features. Maigret was interesting. I have never seen Maigret. I remember when it came out in 2011, and I've been wanting to see it since 2011, and I just never have. But I've been wanting to see it. I like I Madman. Would love Tabor to make more. I've never seen I Madman either. Are you familiar with the Streets of Rage 90s video game? Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Like I said, I played the heck out of it. The music in that is so iconic. So iconic. You're welcome, Acres of Movies. Do you expect a Sandlot special edition with more features? 25th anniversary approaches. Now, I don't know. Where do I have? Because I have the Sandlot. Hold on. Where are you? So So there was this release of The Sandlot a few years ago. Talk about a nostalgic film for me. I still quote this movie to this day. Um, Talk about a time long forgotten. Um, but yeah, this has The Sandlot high definition. It's got featurette and theatrical trailer, and that's it. Damn, that is pretty paltry. There's nothing on here, and this was the 20th anniversary, and there's nothing on here. Damn shame. Damn shame, because this is a great nostalgic '90s films, and all the people who grew up watching this are now adults who would certainly probably buy this again. I don't know who put this out. 20th Century Fox. It's really tough acres of movies. Because with Disney owning all of 20th Century Fox's back catalog, I have no idea what they would do with it now. The best I can guess is they'll reissue this same exact disc. That would be my guess, and they'll slap 25th anniversary on it, and that's it. Unfortunately. Let's see. Which character actor would you like to see star in a movie again soon? Don Cheadle or Ray Winstone? Um, Ray Winstone. Why not? Thanks for clarification on regarding features of the Big Heat. Thank you. You're welcome. Do you like the computer game Lemmings? Would that be a fun movie? I don't think I've ever played it or know what it is. They should have you fact check their PR. They should. That seems like a lot of work though. I love Streets of Rage too. I'd like to see Michael B. Jordan be the rollerblader and maybe Tom Hardy as Mr. X. That would be interesting. Um, but I mean, when Dave Bautista was, um, larger, physically larger, he would have made one of those great characters. Um, I asked The Sandlot as the cast often tours and have offered to do commentary. The movie is very popular with youth. It is, of course, because it's timeless. It's so timeless. Oh yeah, I see the actors are at conventions all the time and whatnot. Granted, a lot of these kids kind of they were only really actors as kids. Not a lot of them grew up to be actors or to do acting as adults. Um, yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I would love that. I would love that. Let's see. Have you seen Gorky Park? I don't think I have. Let's see. That's it. So that would be it. I think we're good. We hit about the 4 hour mark. Let's wrap up now. So this has been Chasing Labels, spine number or episode number 163. We recently did a new episode of the On Watch Pile here on the Chasing Labels YouTube channel, so check that out if you haven't already. It was just me and Steven this time. We did not have a guest like we usually do, but it was nice to just have a rapport back and forth and just us to our old thing of just going back and forth with one another, talking about movies, talking about our picks, talking about all that kind of good stuff. We will, of course, have another episode of Chasing Labels in 2 weeks' time. We will be in May, already in May. So let me see where we're looking now. So that will probably be May 13th. No, sorry, May 12th. Sorry. So by that point, we will have all of the Vinegar Syndrome and the OCN partner label titles will be announced on the 1st, which is this Thursday. So by the time we reconvene here on the 12th at Chasing Labels, we will be going through all of those films and see what else we've got in the other boutique labels to go through at that time. So yeah, so if you please, if you can find this here on Chasing Labels YouTube channel, you can rewatch it, live stream. You can listen to the audio on any place podcasts are available. Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, the usual places. And then, of course, mainly here on YouTube, where you can find a lot of the videos that we've done for past episodes on Watch Pile, a lot of the shorts that I've been posting for various things that are going on in my collection right now. I've got some stuff I've got to post for that soon. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for all the support always. And hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.